what just 3 monks in a party does, and that's a pain in the ass. It's basically, hello, Dungeon Master, I see that you have an encounter. Just start removing HP, they're not moving at all.
Rip.
Oh, I have counters for that. Don't worry about that.
Is it
Immunity
creatures
to
that are
stun.
immune to stun?
Yes, and paralyze, and
Yep.
charm.
Very true.
Oh, and they're
It's just a
flying.
bummer when it happens.
See, but everything
With
is
ranged
immune-
attacks.
Everything is immune to paralyze. So hold monster is next to useless for me so far. I think there have been like 3 times that something has failed to save and actually gotten paralyzed.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure which ones are immune to paralysis and which ones aren't, especially mid to later game like we are right now. That is
think-
difficult.
I mean, if you want to get really technical, if you want to be able to figure out if a creature is immune to something or if it won't work, think of it this way. Will using that on the boss end the encounter effectively? If so, it's probably immune or like super unlikely to fail to it.
Well, you guys ready to get started?
Oh god, it's 15 past.
I will be in about 5 minutes. You can start without me if everyone else is ready.
I'm running down the stairs.
All right, so you guys are in a cave in the southern part of Daedon. You know, this was the where you met Tastus before. You discovered several shipwrecks underneath the watery opening of this cave. And you also met Theodore, a let's call him a botanist of sorts that you horribly murdered by belly
had
flopping
no
onto
part.
him.
I had no part of this.
I belly flopped him dead.
I distinctly remember this botanist being a grotesque mutation of flesh.
He was horribly misguided.
Details.
It's not his fault he was born ugly. Not everybody can be as beautiful as I am.
He made me fat,
He was a demon.
so I smushed him.
He fucked with my internal circuitry.
He, I don't think he actually did anything to me.
No, you passed all your saves. You were fine. But yeah, so
He
you guys,
beat up my friends.
yes, you beat up your friends. He changed your friends, and he kind of pissed all over everything as he died with
What
acid.
an asshole.
Yeah, he fucked the carpet really bad.
He broke the tea set I was going to steal from him. That bastard, he had to die.
What carpet and what tea set?
During the fight, he
yeah.
spit all over stuff.
Yeah, before the fight, he was like sitting down at a table on like this nice like Persian rug with like a tea set and some extra chairs. And you guys fought him, and so he started spewing acid all over the place, and he ended up dissolving the table, the tea set, and the rug.
That's what I mean. What tea set? It's not there anymore. He managed to melt ceramic with his acid.
Yes, he did.
That's some freaky acid.
Yeah, for a second, I almost burned my hand with that, harvesting it.
It melts ceramic, and you think, I'll try to harvest that.
It's
Yes.
just Robot's instinct. Okay, let's loot this thing. Oh, shit. Oh, yeah, let's not do that. No, I
Hey,
was
this
about to
is
harvest a
super
demon
dangerous.
too.
Hey, this is super dangerous and volatile. I want it.
Note to
Yes,
self,
yes.
if need to kill robot, put trap inside of cool stuff.
No, you gotta convince Robot of forbidden knowledge. It's right there. It's that book. Come on, get the book.
Okay, so label the box forbidden knowledge, do not open, and put a large nuke inside.
Super secret forbidden knowledge. Do not show Dakota. P.S. Gilbert is stinky paladin butt face.
Anyway, shall we continue on?
I'm quite exhausted, to be honest.
Yeah, so you guys had sat down and had started taking a short rest at the end of last session.
Alright, let's take the short rest.
So an hour passes
Yep.
by, the waves kind of go in and out. In and out.
Do I lose? A question. Do I lose any of like exhaustion of rest?
Short
Only
rest,
long
no.
rest.
Okay.
Yeah, one
Also
long rest
good
will
time.
get rid of 1 point of exhaustion.
Level.
Yeah,
Oh,
the
cool.
hour passes and nothing happens.
We should probably get going. Most of our party is quite tired. Get somewhere where we're not going to be in combat.
Yeah, Robit's ports are open, and there's like some mild smoke, mist, whatever it is, fuming out of Robit, and it looks like she's on a limp.
Wait, Under, is this the only part of the room, or are there additional tunnels in here?
Well, you guys are by like the seaside entrance to the sea. There's a tunnel leading up, which goes to a room that had an old campfire and the exit. There is another exit from here, which led to Theodore's room, in the broken bone ship. And from the fire room, that is the room by the entrance, there was also that other path that led to an icon of Tiamat that you destroyed.
Eric.
But Theodore's room didn't have any tunnels in it, did it? Other than
Nope.
the entrance?
One way in, one way out.
Yeah, in that case, guys, by the looks of it, we've secured the area.
Indeed. Let's move on.
Where are we going now?
That depends. Do you like treasure and secret lore, and then being responsible in preventing forest fires?
I like one of the two.
I like the
that.
treasure, but I'm not a big fan of fire.
Do you like destroying undead?
Indeed.
Not really.
Do undead have any ichor I can harvest?
What they do to me? They didn't do nothing to me.
Do you like a good fist fight against right proper gits?
Well, not that I can get down with that.
Okay, I know this place, like, west of here called Elcott. We
How
could go
far?
there.
Isn't that like a week's trip from here?
I mean, yeah, probably about a week, maybe a bit less.
That'll give us time to rest and recover from this last fight.
That'd be good. Sure.
Then let us move on.
Okay, so you guys just following the coast towards Elcott then?
Gilbert has a map, right? I'm sure he has a map of the world.
Yeah, I'll guide them through there very specifically past Doorkiller's grave.
It's not there anymore.
Define not there anymore.
So, as you guys spend several days going through these burned out trees and forests, you notice that when you get to the area by Doorkiller's grave, the little stones you stacked up to kind of make like a memorial have been kind of exploded all over the place, like something blew up, and the body is gone.
Bearkiller was cremated.
Oh, his
Sent off
ashes
at
then.
the Viking funeral.
Yeah, this is true. Red did that. I remember that.
Wait, Nagashi knows Doorkiller. That was his buddy.
Yes. Yes, you guys cremated him. That's true. His remains are
But
gone.
his grave.
Yeah, his
but
grave has
grave
been desecrated. His remains are gone.
Hey, Gilbert. What's his name buried here? Why would somebody desecrate his grave? Can we figure out anything? Can I insight check to see if I can figure out? I have fiend knowledge, so was it fiends that done it?
Can I help him?
Yeah, you can make an insight check.
Yeah, my favorite enemies were fiends.
Sure.
Am I allowed to help him with this?
Yeah.
Can I make a
Next.
separate investigation check to
No.
see how long ago this was?
So what is it? What is the helper die? A helper die?
The help
Advantage.
gives you advantage.
Oh God. Okay. Okay.
Add a D4. I'll guidance him. Why not?
While this is going on, Nala is just going to be meandering about.
All right, yeah, now you start meandering about. Now, why don't you also give me an insight check? Not for the grave thing, but for something else.
Yes, insight. One of my most powerful skills. Oh. Oh shit. It's actually not bad. Fuck it, I'll throw a
Hot
bardic
damn.
inspiration on that. 21.
All right, so Nagashi, yes, this looks like the work of fiends. Probably related to some type of fell ritual they did, et cetera, tormenting the souls of people.
Damn. Demons. Damn little fiend. I hate them. Hate fiends. I tell the party that grave was desecrated by fiends.
Can David do an insight for no reason?
No.
Oh.
Now, Nala, one thing that strikes you as you kind of meander about the kind of destroyed woods, burned. There's like an ashy fog as the sun is setting. It's been like 3 days since you left the cave. You've not seen hide or hair of a single animal this entire time.
So I'm
But where's our
not,
druid?
I'm not super
He's here.
foresty, but even if the forest is not super healthy, there's supposed to be like rabbits or birds and shit, right?
Yes, even after a major forest fire, you would usually see smaller mammals, rodents, foxes, things like that. Also birds. There's no birds either. Nothing in the sky.
This is strange.
Can I have my griffin fly up and look around, see if there's birds further out?
Mm-hmm. How far do you want it to go?
Just straight up, like a couple 100 feet tops.
Okay. It goes up a couple 100 feet. You guys are, a couple miles from the shore at Doorkiller's grave. And yeah, it goes up. And why don't you have your Griffin make a perception check?
Oh shit.
Relying on sight?
Yes.
Bad.
Yeah, it sees no animals. However, it does see off to the northwest, in the direction that you know is Eldcott. Big column of smoke coming from that area.
Ooh.
And it looks like it has been burning for some time.
That's a lot of fire.
We didn't start the fire.
No, we did.
You don't know that.
He admits it. He's guilty.
If you get really technical, I think it was the lieutenant that started that fire.
Whoa. It was the turtle that took the dagger, unlocking the portal.
Oh. In that case,
Yeah.
it's all your fault.
Yeah. He was a dumb turtle.
This, folks, is why you don't trust dumb turtles.
Ain't
So
the
should we go fight that dragon turtle then?
No, that's a
we
smart
going
part.
towards Elcott?
Yes, we were going
Oh,
towards
God.
El.
So what are the chances we roll up on Alcott and everything's dead and staying dead? The demons and the undead and whatever else is in there duked it out and none of them survived. Or if they did survive, they fucked right off.
That would be incredibly convenient. Like, so convenient, it does not match our streak of luck.
I don't know. We're all alive, right? I'd say that's pretty lucky for a group of idiots who went into the Demogorgon's fortress, kicked him into shins, broke his portal, and teleported out. And two of them landed in, well, one landed in the ocean.
Our casualties are over 50%.
I mean, that's over. What has it been now? A year and a half? How long have we been doing this?
I think it's more like a year and 2 months.
Well, low double digits, like just over a dozen casualties in over a year for something we are well out of our league for is pretty good by my standards.
You know, it just hit me. Was there any time dilation in Pandemonium and the Abyss? I don't think there was, but something I never really thought up till now.
If there was, I'm not sure that the change would have been appreciable given our circumstances.
Lieutenant, how long were we in the Abyss? You were the first one. You didn't even go into the Abyss.
Oh, he went to the Abyss. He didn't go to
Or
Pandemonium.
Pandemonium. You know what I mean. We were talking about it. You be quiet.
Ha. Lieutenant, you there?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, I honestly don't remember. You'll have to ask Hunter.
There was no appreciable dilation between Pandemonium and the material plane. I think it was only like 3 days.
Yeah, we were only there for half a week, like 3 or 4 days.
Yeah, and that's how much time passed on the material plane. As for the Abyss, you don't really have like a hard reference, but it wasn't major. It wasn't like years have passed here, if it had any at all.
Yeah.
The siege had only been going on for about a week and a half, and it probably took the better part of a month to get from Zingrafar to Port Hamor. And we were in there for how long?
Sometime.
It felt like a week.
I didn't keep track
so
of
we're
the
going
days
to
separately there.
Elcott Place.
Oh, right.
Yeah, we should head to Elcott.
It is probably mostly on fire. There is a lot of fire there. It also might be why there is nothing alive over here.
You think the demon fucker set up another encampment over there?
I don't think they set up a camp, but there's probably been some ongoing siege or something.
A siege against what?
The
used to be an
elemental
undead
plane of
city.
fire portal inside of a city of undead.
It used to be
Huh.
undead city, and the problem was alleviated, sort of. But part of that solution was a portal to the elemental plane of fire, which we were incapable of closing at the time. This was a long time ago.
I'm presuming that part of our objective is to close that thing now?
That would
Yeah,
be
this
wonderful if we
this
could.
is all kosher.
That sounds good to
There's-
me. God
Yeah,
knows what
there's
kind of
no
destructive
deal
shit's
drawn.
going on over there. So yeah.
That and the guy who used to own this city had a really, really nice library. And it might
Oh.
still be there, probably not, but
I imagine
know,
it was the first thing that got burned down because it was
that
kind of.
depends on what building it's in.
Gilbert, did the library happen to be in the keep that the lieutenant helped us topple?
I do not know. We never actually completed our agreement with the Lord Commander there, so he never showed us the goods.
He wasn't Lord Commander. He was some other title.
Lord Protector. I'm sorry, that's what it was. Pretty sure it was Lord Protector.
I have it.
Is this in Port Hamar or is this in Elcott?
No, it was
Lord
Elcott.
Protector.
So
Interesting.
the Lord Protector, whose name I forget, but he was really cool and he beat the shit out of Piriel.
So were these undead
Knight,
friendly?
Knight Armaros, Lord Protector of Elcott, Knight of Pejama.
Ah, okay.
And he wanted us to slay the demon-worshipping bastards of Uslor Republic, including the tentacled asshole from below named Vanifer.
Most interesting.
That is like almost exactly word for word what I have written down.
That is exactly word for word what I have written down.
So we're to aid the undead? Is that what's going on? Are there any
it was-
survivors?
It was
Well-
a temporary mutual. It was a temporary alliance of mutual interest of getting the greater problem out, and then we could solve any remaining disputes afterwards. I'm pretty sure they're all dead by now.
Most
because
unfortunate.
I think
Yeah.
one was an undead knight, and another was a illithid.
Yeah, but we bullied him down a flight of stairs.
Oh
Defeated.
right, he wasn't an illithid. He was an what the hell is it
Elfhound,
called?
undead Elfhead.
Yes, Elhoon.
Yeah, so the Lord Protector guy, he was intelligent. Most of the undead in the city that we encountered were very
Zombie
violent and
skeletons.
incredibly unintelligent.
Zombie
Hmm.
skeletons.
Oh, okay.
Bone
The
Zone.
Good to make that
their way-
distinction.
Shuffle their way towards whatever is alive and eat it or shoot it and then eat it.
So where are we at right now?
The gravesite of a comrade.
Door
I
Killer's
think?
grave, yeah.
What tile is that on?
One of them.
All right.
Maybe we should import some animals.
Nagashi
or some
Nagashi
shit.
kneels at Door Killer's grave, saying goodbye to his friend. That is his
Silver
friend.
shell as well.
Okay. As they get up, you hear a ringing sound. And Nagashi pulls a snail out of his pocket. I'm going One Piece. And a voice yells out through the snail, "The captain needs us get back." Nagashi looks at the party and says, "Oh, I have to go, guys." Pulls out the sword, sticks it in the ground, and hands you his bag of gold, and turns and runs the other way.
Hey,
Runs toward the water.
did he just hand all the goat? You should probably keep some. You did do work.
He just handed you a bag of gold. He handed you 360 platinum pieces.
He's a merchant. He has his own money. He's fine.
You said 360?
It's in the bag,
I
and he
will
says
log
with the
that.
sword.
I didn't know you too well, but it was nice knowing you. Take care.
Yeah, he has to go. Yeah,
Don't
I wanted to get
punch
Nagashi. I didn't want Nagashi to die. I actually enjoyed the character, and I'm going to retire him for good this time.
I still need to
Only
find out what the
reason-
hell Red's doing.
The only reason
Okay.
I didn't retire him for good is because, I brought him back just to save Gilbert. And since
Yay.
Gilbert was done,
Nala does yell, "Don't be a stranger to him" as he's leaving.
he won't. Y'all may see him
not that he
again.
is
Y'all
amazing.
retire the characters. If y'all retire y'all's characters, we'll all meet again. Because Nagashi will be a regular at the bar.
As if Nala's not.
Yeah, I know.
Alright, so Nagashi runs south towards the coast.
Yeah, I'm gone. Yeah, it'll be a little bit before whenever Under tells me it's good because I already have a story to bring the other guy in too.
So he left his sword behind.
He left the Rod of Lordly Might. That's the only magical artifact y'all gave him.
There's
I'll
an
take it.
updated map?
You were
It's
asking
called
what
the
tile
Dead
he was
Sea.
on, and that's the surrounding territory that you would understand as you would understand it.
Oh yeah, it's just one of those things. Like I've been using the old Hobgoblin map where everything is green and stuff.
Them Deadlands, though. Christ.
Oh man,
Hey, wrong game.
that is oof.
Oof.
Out of curiosity, has the entire expanse where this occurred been updated like that, like the desert as well?
Yeah, I've been updating the map as demons have advanced and things have happened.
Oof.
That's
Oof,
super
that's a
oof.
lot of gray.
Yeah.
That is a
It's gonna
lot
take
of
generations to get fixed. Oof.
gray. Oof.
And we're gonna need to import animals and shit. Oh, fuck.
Day done got oof.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, at least going by a general radius here, that's a big, big gray circle.
General radius of big, indeed.
Circle of
general-
Death, 420th level. Centered in
Yeah.
Daedon.
That's a lot of oof. At least there's the Phalans. Maybe they didn't get oofed.
Looks like Elcott didn't get as oofed. Some remnants of, I presume, grass swamplands.
The only green left in this region, immediately north of Port Hamor, and then Elcott. And it's full of undead.
Well, let's greet him.
Yeah, we gotta go.
Do we have some time for me to attune?
I mean, it's still Thorkiller's grave from Elcott is 3 days march.
Okay. I will sit on the Griffin and attune for the first hour of the trip.
Sure. What are you tuning to?
The Rod of Lordly Might.
Okie dokie.
Nagashi gave it to him before he left.
Yes, I heard. That was very generous of him.
A lot of
I
the
know
platinum,
he
too.
almost kept it. He almost kept it all, but he figured he's not gonna need it where he's going. So
He does still have the Scarab of Protection.
no, that was
The other one, the
Shinsway.
robot.
That was
Oh,
Shinsway,
Shinsway.
the robot. Yeah. He hates y'all, and right now he is still trying to become an. So if I give my character sheet to Under, he can update Shinsway to be a villain because technically he is now.
You're saying he's
Yup.
evil.
Yeah, he's a Path of the Open Hand Kensei monk. I mean, Path of the Open Hand monk. Warforged.
Alright, yeah,
Alright.
let's go to Elcott. Let's try the South Road.
Okay. You travel towards the South Road. So it's a 3-day march. And the night of the second day. On the night of the second day, who's on third watch?
Me. I'll be on third watch.
Okay.
Kind of passively on all the watches. I'm sure we got alarm as well. Standard stuff.
Irish, you guys are all in the tiny hut and things like that? Is that what you guys are doing?
Yeah, I see no reason why we wouldn't. So I assume we are.
Okay. So, Aaron, why don't you give me a perception check then?
The griffin is not able to stay in the hut, but I think everybody else can fit in.
Yeah.
Okay.
There is my perception.
Oh, I guess we're done masquerading as each other.
Okay. So, a few hours into your watch, you begin to hear the sound of branches snapping coming from the north. And you begin to hear heavy footfalls, like something big comes this way.
Oh yeah, I'll let everyone know. I'm not. This sounds bad. I wake up everyone.
Man, I just completely forgot I had morning kindness.
It costs 15 gold every time you use it.
No, it doesn't.
It needs a material component, but it's not consumed.
Oh. Alright then, never mind. Well,
Yeah,
I
we
wake
should-
everyone up and tell them that there is something large coming from the north.
Yeah. You guys
Does it
hear...
seem like it's coming towards us fairly quickly?
It sounds like it's walking pace for whatever it is. But it's just, like boom, boom, snap, boom. As apparently goes through a branch somewhere.
I'm trying to use the owls to find exactly what the hell this thing is. I'm gonna keep it first inside the hut.
Sure. Make a perception check. Okay. Well, you can't see what it is, coming towards you on the ground, but your owl does note that there's something flying above the hut. About
What's that?
150 feet up in the air. The owl relays to you it is some type of bat.
Bat.
Gilbert.
Wait, are you looking through its eyes?
I am.
Oh, okay, so you can actually see what it is. It's about 150 feet up.
Huh.
The fuck?
And it's just
That was
making like a
right when I seen
lazy
the plane.
circle right above the hut.
I do
Wait, what
believe
was-
we're going to be attacked. Be ready.
Should I send my griffin after it?
No.
It's 150 feet up under?
Yes.
Huh. Nala, remind me, can projectiles leave this area?
As long as it's a physical projectile, yes. Like your crossbow will be able to shoot out of it, but Forrest's bow, which uses a magical force, would not be able to.
Mm-hmm. Well, I would like to send it off. If it gets within 120 feet of the hut, I'm going to fire at it.
Okay. So as you're, getting your bow out, knocking your arrow, kind of taking...
Oh, it's a hand
crossbow.
crossbow.
Okay, well, as you, crank the bow and put the quarrel in, a tree comes down to your north as you see a large zombie-like undead. By large, I mean he is 10 feet tall. Come stomping out into the little clearing you had placed your hut in.
Shit.
And he comes to a stop about 50 feet away from the hut. A little bit more. Actually, let's say 60, thinking about it. And you can see that he's dressed in kind of nice clothing. And on the front, it appears he is wearing like a coat of arms.
Can
A
I
black-
recognize the coat of arms?
I don't know if you guys recognize it. This is the coat of arms.
Haha! God Emperor.
And this is what the guy looks like, except, he actually has a coat of arms on.
Is this like a nice coat of arms? Like, pretty clean?
No,
Saruman.
yes. It's kind of like his tabard is like an actual coat of arms, like an old school coat of arms.
Shit.
I'm going to ask him loud enough for him to hear. Who are you, and what are you doing here?
Okay. That's when you notice that there's people behind him.
Oh,
And
shit.
you see these normal-sized people in black breastplates with a belt buckle of the same coat of arms, kind of spread out, 4 to each side, left and right. And then another figure steps out. This one regal looking. Fine clothes. He's carrying a scepter, the head of which is a skull. And he takes a few steps forward in front of this line, and he comes to a stop. This is what the guy looks like.
I would like to cast Enhance Ability on myself really quick.
Okay.
On my charisma.
All right. And when you, and he speaks. And you hear this voice going, it says, I am Ambassador Abro. I represent the immortal God Emperor Pejima. To whom am I speaking?
I am Nala. I come from Balothland, and I was part of the group that had ended the demonic invasion of the material plane. You say you are with Pejima?
Indeed.
Do you happen to know Knight Armaros?
Very well. Lord Protector Amaros is currently in the court of Pejima in Elcott.
I'm just kind of staring, but like
It-
what?
Is Pejma back since the last time we were there?
Oh, yes. He has returned. And he just gives you this smile, like it's all teeth.
Who is Pejima?
Pejima is
God Emperor. God Emperor Pejma.
to sum it up, Pejima, very briefly sum it up, and this is by no means doing proper justice, but Pejima is both a god and an emperor of the Empire of Elcott. We are currently near the city of Elcott, which I believe was the capital of the empire.
I see.
I have worked with one of Pejima's knights, the Armaros I mentioned before, and it was a mutually beneficial endeavor.
This is true.
So we have no quarrel here, and everything is well then, right?
Yeah, I mean,
I have been
don't
dispatched
know.
to establish relations with a small settlement by the name of Port Hamor. You say you are from a place called Balothland. I'm not familiar with it. Do you know of Port Hamor?
yes, that's where we came from.
Balothland is
It-
overseas. Port Hamor is where we made our home on this continent.
Oh,
We
I
also
see.
broke a siege there, demonic in nature.
Yes, we are aware. And the Emperor has decided that it is time for Philande to begin reestablishing itself The first step of which is to make contact with our neighbors.
As I recall, you guys had hobgoblins in your empire during its last run. Down in the city of G XIW.
Jew?
Zoo.
Zoo?
Zoo.
You might want to be aware. That city probably doesn't exist anymore. The
How
lands
unfortunate.
down by the
But that is not my mission. Others will see to the southern territories. My mission is to see if peaceful relations can be established with you mortals in the east.
I don't see any problem with that as long as there's mutual goodwill to both sides. I believe Port Hamar right now is in a place of reestablishing itself and recuperating after losses.
I do have some questions. Do you happen to know of a dragon turtle named... what was its name, Gilbert?
Tiamat? Are you talking
Tacitus.
about Tiamat? Tacitus? That's what
Yeah.
we're talking about.
Dragon turtle named Tacitus.
Yes. Yes, the little scamp was a bit of a rambunctious fellow the last time around. If he is still alive, it will be interesting to see how he has matured.
Yeah,
He is
he's
still
a
alive.
big boy now, and he's sitting in the harbor of Port Hamor.
Oh, how wonderful. 2 birds and 1 stone and all that.
Oh, you're gonna have a bit of tough luck finding birds around here. Do you happen to know of a faction calling themselves Shiverglades? What was that?
Silverglade.
Silverglades.
From what I remember, they were a minor religious faction back in the day. Not really anybody of note or of any particular power.
Actually, how long ago was back in the day?
Well, our best estimates are it's been probably close to 600-700 years.
Wow. That is
But
back in
it's
the day. Wow.
it's hard to tell for certain because well, you see, when we were called forth again after Pejima reestablished himself, it turned out Elcott was currently on fire and under attack from not only demons, but also from the plane of elemental fire.
Well, that's quite a double whammy.
Indeed. And while we were victorious, naturally, that destroyed a lot of evidence that would have allowed us to tell how much time has passed.
And what has made you return after all this time? Why now?
Well, I am here because I serve at the pleasure of his immortal god, the Emperor Pejima. As for what brought him back, I'm afraid I don't know. He has not deigned to share that with me. But he is back.
I see.
We saw, I believe, a pillar of smoke in Alcott. Is everything okay? In fact, we were actually, I think, going there to investigate.
Yeah, patch that hole into the plane of fire, but it seems that you've done that.
We have beaten back the flaming horde, if that is what you mean. We have sealed the gate again. I'm curious to know how you know about it, considering that it was kept inside the catacombs underneath Everkeep.
We
had a
worked with
working
the-
relationship with Knight Armaros the last time we were here.
he wanted us to eliminate a undead mind flayer that had taken up residence lower into the keep. So we did. We bullied it down a flight of stairs until it was dead.
That is one way of putting it.
And this somehow, and he decided to inform you of the gate to the Plane of Fire?
We stumbled across some records on our way there.
Some records, you say?
That and a very, very, very angry pillar of fire kind of kicked the shit out of us before we encountered the mind flayer who had made his lair in a secret door in that room.
Oh, right, I forgot about that.
Casualties were high.
Undoubtedly.
Nobody died. Well, the turtle did eventually kill himself.
But it is all good. As I said, we don't know how the gate was opened. We found evidence the seal had been unstoppered, for want of a better word. It's quite likely that the Illithid simply did that before you managed to kill him, and left the seal destabilized.
What kept it sealed?
We had used a magical artifact that contained a mote from the elemental prince of fire, and had used that to enforce a seal on this side. It was a dagger made of flint.
I'm gonna describe the dagger that we found to him.
Ah,
Like,
yes,
did it
you
look
did
like
see
that?
it then.
That was
Yeah, it got
That was
turned into a
closing a seal.
phylactery for a lich.
I see. Which lich?
Jin? To be honest, he became a lich on accident when we messed with the ritual from a copy of a book, and it turned him into a lich. We don't understand the magic behind it. But it turned him into a lich, and that became his phylactery. This was like 8, maybe 10 months ago.
He just sits there kind of blinking at you almost at a loss for words. And he just says, and he has this incredulity in his voice. You
I would
found
like
a
to point
magical ritual in a book
I would like to
One
point out I was not present for this
that
ritual.
involved the sacrifice of over a dozen innocent lives, and you performed it blindly.
Oh God, no, not the innocent lives thing. It was to remove a Reaper's mark,
It only
and
Hey,
then we
what?
reflects one
decided
living-
to a curse called a Reaper's mark, something like that.
And you botched it so badly as to trap a soul into this artifact.
From my
No, we
understanding,
intentionally used it for something it was not meant for. We were curious to see what would happen. In hindsight, using a ritual from a book like that was probably not the best idea.
and the wizard in question was, while he was normally slightly paranoid, was apparently not making the best decisions at the time.
So I see. Is this lich with you now?
No, we've lost contact with him.
And where did you last see him?
I was the one that last saw him through my familiar's eyes He fell hundreds of feet up from the air to it's near the port of Port Hamar. He plunged. He must have broken all his bones. We tried to establish contact with him the next day through a message and received no word.
Sending, not message. They're two very different spells.
Yeah, sending. My apologies.
Oh, don't worry about it. I understood what you meant. Well, you also say Tacitus is in the harbor near Port Hamar. I suppose I'll just ask
Yes,
him
he is.
if he has seen a lich of sorts.
I actually haven't met Tacitus, so I don't believe I would be able to do that.
He's ornery and disagreeable.
Well, ICH may not have mellowed him out then. I'm sure I can bring him to heel.
Say, is the city of Elcott open for trade by any chance?
Oh, certainly. You're more than welcome to visit. I do not know what they currently need at the moment in terms of trade and materials. As far as I know, there are no mortal subjects living there, so your options for trade may be limited.
Ah, I see.
Speaking of which, last time we were here, the, shall we call them denizens, were not very receptive to a visit. Will that be a problem?
The Emperor maintains control over his forces in Elcott. If as long as you mean them and him no harm, I see no reason why you would have any problems at all in the city.
Okay, thank you.
Wait, did you guys get your pyramid back?
Alas, no. It would appear that whatever transported that away has defied our abilities to locate. It is likely not
in the
even in
abyss.
this plane anymore.
Yeah, it's in the abyss.
Then it is truly lost.
We came back from the abyss.
Of course you did. But this is something that has been there for quite longer, I think, than your lifetimes. I doubt we will want it
definitely.
back.
My friends told me of a great library within the walls. Has it stood through the demons and the fire elementals?
As I said, we never recovered the pyramid. And
Oh,
apparently
that's
it is
where
in
it
the
was.
abyss.
Oh. Under, can I make a insight check in this gentleman's body language to see his demeanor towards us, his intentions,
Sure.
perhaps?
Make an insight check.
Read the body language of a creature that doesn't even breathe.
Mm-hmm. Okay. He has been standing 50 feet away from you guys, just kind of speaking towards the center of this hut in front of him. He has not moved an inch, except to move his mouth.
I see.
Let's vote. Do it.
Well,
Do it.
me and my cohort, I think, shall be on our way. We have much distance to cover before we reach Port Hamor. And, yes?
If I may, before you go, they're a little high strung at the moment from that abyssal invasion.
Yeah.
The skeletal bat creature might cause more panic and make any negotiation a bit harder.
I can
Undoubtedly.
send word of your intent to visit, but I would suggest the most alive appearing of your group to be the first contact.
Oh, I don't think you have to worry about that. Vox, my herald here, and he gestures to the giant 10-foot tall undead wearing Pejima's coat of arms, I think shall be sufficient proclamation of my arrival.
All right.
Okay.
And with that, they begin to depart, heading east.
Does that bat fuck off with them?
Yes, the bat is well off in the lead. They're apparently using it to scout, followed by the herald, then the 8 armored undead, followed finally by the ambassador.
Hey,
And they just walk
congratulations,
off.
we didn't kill anyone.
Well, that was quite terrifying.
What kind of armor were they wearing? Like plate,
Breastplate?
half plate?
Breastplates. All 8 of them had breastplates.
Okay.
Damn.
Did it look?
Standard metal?
Did they look well made?
Yes.
Hmm.
So,
Now, this is what they looked like.
are there any objections to me dropping the tiny hut to send word to Odwick that he will be getting an envoy in the next few days?
Make sure you mention that they happen to be
Petrimo was called a mortal emperor or mortal god emperor or something, right? Mortal.
I think it would be immortal. Considering the undead, probably immortal.
Pejima, the immortal god emperor.
Okay, immortal. That part cut out for me.
So, do we still wish to visit the city of Elcott? I'm very curious to see how they do things around there.
I am also very curious, and this makes me very worried.
Yeah, it really should. It really, really should.
What do you
Wait,
guys
what exactly
know
were we
about
worried about?
the fact that apparently there's an undead god emperor that has risen?
Jin.
No.
No.
Okay,
Shin is a
so
lich, not a god emperor. There is a very big difference.
I mean, you got a city you got a vampire city too now. Don't forget that. There's one of those too.
right. So I'm gonna pull out the continent map.
So no objections to dropping the hut to send message?
That
No.
would be best.
Yeah, I'd fire that off. Okay, so you see where we are on this map? The peninsula, that Elcott, Tassus Cave, and Port Hamoron, that little tiny area?
Yep.
While
that
they're
was the
doing this.
center of his empire. It expanded, to our knowledge, as far north as the mountain range. I'm gonna point to the one there. As far west as what we've been calling Pejima's butt crack. We should probably not be calling that anymore. That's the big rift right there. And then you see that parched frontier? He controlled that. The area the primacy was in. Basically, the good chunk of that region we were just in down south. That also used to be his. We've been running around his backyard basically the entire time.
So, He's got to go, basically.
I don't
Ah.
know about that.
Um,
I'm not very familiar with Pejima and the history
Well,
of Pejima.
The
think
the
that's
books
pretty
I found. Yeah, the books I found in his library are. Do the words authoritarian and totalitarian mean anything to you? Like secret police.
Yeah, I'm quite
evil
familiar
one
with that
true
actually.
God. Expansionism.
That's kind of half the Magublia primacy that I saw that I was aware of.
Yeah, think of that, except being run intelligently by a lich that's been around long enough to be called a god emperor. And also powerful enough in the arcane to create a rift in the ground that big.
I mean, technically, given enough time, I would be able to do that with a pickaxe.
Yeah, he did that like overnight.
So, we're going to Elcott still?
I think it would be best for us to meet and explore and see who this guy is and what our options
know the
are.
enemy.
So,
I'm more
what are we
curious about the
gonna do?
undead and their state of mind.
From the looks of it, it sounded like there was just a hive mind.
That's what was implied.
A hive mind? They're just undead thralls.
I don't think it's a hive mind. That implies that each creature is intelligent enough to survive on its own.
See, that's what I was curious to see if it was that or the other thing.
Based on what
pretty sure.
Based on what the diplomat was saying, I think what he means is that at least given his state, the aristocracy and higher tier undead are intelligent. Your common pleb undead is a drooling zombie.
Menial labor, if the chain of command is interrupted, then they follow the last known order to the word for eternity.
Maybe. Why don't we go there? After we get this night's rest, of course.
Yeah, on a know thy enemy kinds of grounds. Yeah, sure.
Sure. As long as we don't intentionally start any trouble, because God, that'd be bad for us.
Yeah, I'm not dumb enough to start a fight in Elcott.
I would like to... Casting a spell doesn't break up a...
No, not really.
It doesn't break up what?
A long rest.
Oh.
I would like to cast Sending to the I would like to cast Sending to the highest political leader that I know in the Phalans. The person that would have the most, the most political power or military power that I know. And I would like to say, this is Alcar Lomion, Clerk of the Undying Court. I have traveled farther north, past the desert, and discovered an empire of undead. They may send ambassadors. They're controlled by a god emperor.
Send was at 25 words.
Great.
Damn magic text messaging limits.
You're
exceeded
still in the
number of
material
characters.
plane. Yeah, well, I can't say we care too much about the politics in there.
Would I have known when my message cut off?
It cut off at 25 words.
Okay.
But that is the response you got.
Okay. I will cast sending again. Continue my message. They may send an ambassador, and it's very authoritarian and expansionist. I do not know if they will try to invade the Fae.
If they try, it will be their folly.
Great.
I will send a sending spell to Odwick saying, it's Nala, on the way to Elcott. Pejema's back. Godlich thing. Sending on an undead envoy with a big fucking giant there. That's 25 words.
Huh? What? What the fuck? Oh, shit. The message cut off at 25 words past that.
I think I just woke Odwick up. He might not be too happy about that, but he's probably going to be more upset about the news.
Yep. Well, he's got a few days to prepare for the envoy.
Did you mention that they weren't trying to attack the city?
That's still a bit ambiguous.
I mean, isn't that what the word emissary means?
I said envoy, not emissary, but I think
Envoy is a pretty clear term. If that's a military term, it's probably a military operation.
it is the middle of the night. He might not be putting that together. I'll cast sending again.
If
They
this goes
say-
into his mind and he's dreaming, then how the hell is he going to respond?
No,
they
that's the
say they're a diplomatic group, but the Empire has had problems in the past. So maybe prepare for a fight? Question mark, 25 words.
Okay, and you get back, and it's just yelling. You know, they're coming in 3 days, and you decided that this couldn't wait till the morning. Look, if they're sending diplomats, I'll fucking receive them. If they're sending a war band, we'll kill them.
I'm gonna wait like 30 seconds and then just send sorry.
Go to fucking sleep.
I think he's mad at me.
Tonight for our bedtime story, we will be reading Go the Fuck to Sleep, as narrated by Lord Commander Odwick.
Oh, I think we did good, guys.
There once was a small town named Port Hamor. There once was a leader of the town named Lord Commander.
Robert normally doesn't go to sleep, but I shut off.
He once told a bard to go the fuck to sleep.
a legend. Well, I am now incomprehensibly, pants-shittingly terrified and excited.
I am just that first part.
Just the pants shitting.
Gilbert, I worry about you sometimes.
I'm excited because I've been like gathering like lore and notes on this guy and his empire since I got here on the continent.
I still worry about you sometimes. Is there any other magic stuff that anybody wants to do?
Nope.
Okie dokie, artichokey. And I'll start ritual casting Tiny Hut again.
How late into the night is?
Third watch, so it's like 4 in the morning.
Oh, as
Fuck,
meta.
you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to see if they had any invisible people with them.
The Pejma Stealth Brigade.
Should I... How mad would Adwick be if I woke him up again to say that we don't know if they have invisible people?
Probably pretty mad.
Do it.
Yeah, no shit, you don't. They're
Yeah.
invisible.
Yeah, do it. Actually, don't do it. Don't do it. We want to be able to re-enter the city.
Mm.
He won't kick out. He probably will. He might not kick me out of the city.
Might is a strong word.
I can be optimistic.
Yeah, so you can just tell him.
Besides, I'm a fucking hero there. I got the medal and everything. There's the whole thing that I don't really pay attention to very often. I probably should. I want to give him time to prepare, and this is the thanks I get. I think we kind of work for a dick.
I'm becoming increasingly concerned that all of our local employers are dicks.
Wait, we're mercenaries. We don't have to work for him. Do we? Are we legally obligated to work for him?
We're mercenaries. We don't work for people. We work for money.
That's in the contract we wrote. Do we have to work for him?
I think so. I mean, I'm not.
Generally
Was Data and Goof
speaking,
obligated?
the Data and Goof Mercenary Company is obligated to work for people when they are definitely more powerful than us and actively walk up to us and say, "You're going to do this, or we're going to wipe the floor with you right here, right now."
I work.
Okay, hold on.
Haze me.
Fiendish Advocate. What if Pejma tells us to lay siege to Port Hamor?
Then we say yes.
We give them a non-answer and we fuck off.
Then we level Port Hamor to the ground. I mean, this is a simple.
No.
We are
No.
mercenaries. We are not.
No. First, we make sure that Pejma's check clears.
Then when his check clears, then we take care of it.
Still no.
Yeah, no. Although given the circumstances, if Pejma said he's fucking taken the port, I'm much more inclined to try to push the port someplace else. Or evacuate the port.
How are you
Or
gonna
try to come
push
up with
an
a diplomatic
entire city?
solution. Because I don't think we win a military engagement with Pejma.
Evacuate the city. Engage all Get this message.
Maybe we could win a military engagement for Pet.
Can we go to bed now?
I don't think you guys
I
are
can do this
understanding
all
my
day.
skill. We're not a mercenary troop. We're not a
What is-
military troop. We're mercenaries. We work better as assassins. All right, we don't work good as assassins, but we work better as hitmen than frontline shock troopers.
I prefer the term strike team.
Our strike team.
Yeah, use your paladin.
It's
word,
not
we're
used.
hitmen.
We just don't use a lot of precision strikes. We hit like a truck
It's
instead of like a
it's
blade.
It's a precisely aimed truck.
That's true.
As much as our other as much will be to figure out who this guy is, what type of power does he wield?
Nala, what are you doing?
You outside, Nala?
Yeah, it sounds like you're on like a mountaintop or something.
I am walking in my basement.
Ah, okay. Okay, yeah, 'cause we can hear it. Yeah.
As for the kind of power, he has the power to rip open a canyon in the world this big. I point at the map.
I understand that, but that was him then. He might have lost a lot of power in doing that, and he might still be in a weakened state.
You want to try it?
No, I'm just
Also, to
saying
point out, he is a lich, I think, which means most of my most powerful magic will be next to useless against him.
What do you mean?
I mean, I have like 4 combat spells, and one of them is Hold Monster. The only spells I would have that would actually be effective would be Vicious Mockery, Dissonant Whispers, and Disintegrate. I can cast Disintegrate exactly twice in a day.
Okay. All we have to do is find his phylactery.
Would Disintegrate destroy a phylactery?
Depends on the phylactery. They're
Yeah,
all
I don't-
protected differently. Depends on the lich, really.
Do you
My
think
point
Disintegrate will work on a
is-
lich with the epitaph of God?
My point is, other than just trying to die, is how much power he currently wields, what the city looks like, not just from a geographical sense, but what the who's there, what type of, is it like an actual full city just with undead people doing and they don't need food, so
Wait, are
other
you
than that-
asking to like see a map of the city?
no. Well,
Because I got this nifty old map right here.
Do have that.
why have you never told us of that?
Well, Alcott hasn't been relevant up until now.
Yeah.
Ooh, this
I mean,
place looks
wait,
nice.
Meta, do you mean as a player or as a character?
This map
Because
actually looks different than I last as a
Well, that's
player.
because that the other one is the modern map. I do not have that file. This is the map that Underdark sent me when I this is a map from the
Abyss
the
Library.
Yeah. The big difference between this map and the modern map is that the big pyramid in the center is instead replaced with a big circular water hole.
Yeah.
Also, that castle is a little more smashed up. Like siege
Like lots
weapon
of more
kind of
smashed up.
damage. Well, the whole city's messed up, but
Yeah, okay.
the
Out of-
castle is like really messed up.
Out of
Like someone was hitting
curiosity,
siege equipment.
Why would they need houses for a city of undead? Wouldn't it be fine with just like warehouses that would be more space efficient?
I mean,
Was
yeah,
this-
but you can only use them once every full moon.
Was this always a city of?
God damn, that was terrible.
I'm only upset that I didn't think about that first.
That joke.
Where
Rest of the month, they're just a single
Where?
family.
werewolves?
See, the rest of the month, they're just a single family dwelling.
Oh,
Wait, what?
They don't get it.
yeah.
I don't get any of this. What the hell is going
We're talking about the economics of
Okay. Damn.
Okay.
we're-
My point is, other than trying to do all that, we have a mission to destroy the Silverglades. And so we need to specifically find out how they relate to
Ooh, that reminds
Pejima.
me.
If Pejima would be on board with us destroying the Silverglades, or he would try to prevent us from doing that. Because that's a
wait,
big difference.
y- yes, I see what you mean, but you understand this guy is also like just as bad, if not worse.
Oh yeah.
Okay,
I
I just want to make
fully
sure that's understood.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't think we need permission from him to,
Well,
Right,
actually,
we're just gonna talk with him and
I-
see if maybe we can get some of his money while we continue to do a quest that we already planned on doing.
well, what I'm saying is he going to stand in our way?
I
Because
don't think so.
the more powerful people that we can, or I guess not really people, the more powerful undead that we can take out before we try anything real stupid, that stupid
late.
thing is going to be. You kind of see where I'm going with this? Also, Nala, you mentioned you could see invisible creatures. You want to just do a check for that?
I'm going to cast See Invisibility.
Okay. Make a perception check.
Oh boy.
I'll guidance him.
Hey, I'm
You
gonna lucky
see
that.
no one that appears to be invisible.
I wanted to lucky that.
Okay, go ahead.
Hey, not much
You
better.
still see no one invisible.
Yeah, we're fine.
Okay.
Is this the part where we fast forward to the next day?
If that's what you guys want. If you're done doing
That's
stuff.
all I wanted to do.
Okay.
Yeah, let's move on.
All right, morning comes. You are still 1 day's march away from Elcott. You would expect to kind of come upon the city at the end of the day if you start marching up this road.
Oh, we're on a road?
Yeah, there's a road.
Where does this...
You guys have basically come to like the point where the road starts to peter out, but it looks like as it goes north, the road gets better. It's an
No.
old road, like an old
But like, what's
cobblestone.
on the other side of the road? It's
Trees.
one end is at...
So you guys are at the southern end of a road. You guys have walked this road before. Then it leads to Elcott. It is the southern road to Elcott.
The one
Yeah,
that
but
goes
what's-
between the N and the D in undead, or the one that goes through the silent?
The one that goes south along the edge of the marsh.
Okay.
I'm gonna go
Like
AFK
one
for
end
a
is
minute.
at but where's the other end?
Where you're standing on.
So we just came across the end of a road in the middle of the forest.
You did before. Gilbert knew this was here.
Yep.
Oh.
Nothing unexpected. I imagine if there was any settlement here, Alcar, it's probably completely disintegrated in, 700-ish years.
Yeah, no, it just wrote to just end.
Yeah, it's. I'm fairly certain at the end of each of these roads, there's probably some kind of settlement. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if it's one of its northern roads that goes into the Estir Mountains has a mining complex.
I would like to spend the time on the road being very of anything, because this forest is dead as. So if there's anything that moves, it's probably us, and I
Okay.
would like to know about it.
Sure. So you guys go north along the road. You encounter nothing the entire day. And as you come upon a hill near the end of the day, the sun starting to get low on the horizon, you can see off in the distance a walled city with a large circular lake in the middle. Smoke seems to be rising from a large pile of corpses outside the city wall, and you can see what appears to be humanoid creatures dragging demonic-looking bodies to this pyre. Smoke, black and almost sulfurous, just billows up out of this pyre. And you see formations, 5 or 6 squares, probably of 100 soldiers each, just marching around inside and around the perimeter of the city.
Incredibly disciplined lot.
Or undead and they don't tire.
Yeah, or they're just mind controlled because they're literally of.
You gotta admit, there's some amount of admirability in the efficiency of it all.
Or it's a complete defilation that nature.
Well, I mean, that you can't exactly find admirability in something that has nothing to overcome for its existence. If you had living troops doing that, yeah, that's amazing because that's an incredible amount of discipline. Mindless undead have no way for them to not do that. Thus, there's nothing amazing about it.
That's just the control exerted. That's what I find amazing.
And fluttering atop the gatehouses, you can see large black banners bearing the hand with an eye in the palm.
Oh my god. Oh fucking god.
What?
We have been playing this game for almost 2 years now, and I have never put it together that Pejima is just Under's name for Vecna. What the fuck?
Really?
How have I never put that together?
You didn't put that together?
No, I knew that the hand of I was like, oh yeah, that looks like the hand of Vecna back when we first found the symbol. but I never thought that he would just act of Pejima be Vecna.
I mean, we don't actually know that he is, technically speaking.
Yeah, but everything we've learned about him since then adds up.
I mean, he's not literally Vecna. It's just
Yeah,
like
I don't think he's literally. I think he's just like thematically styled because we have actual legit Asirak. Like
copyright safe Vecna.
God,
how? Yeah, I don't follow.
What?
I don't think this is based off Critical Role. If that's what you're doing.
No. Why would it? No. Vecna's like a first edition thing.
Yeah, it's from Greyhawk.
Yeah, Greyhawk. Yeah.
The Lord of Death.
So, do we plan on doing anything in the night, or are we going to get another long rest in?
What have I missed?
Well, that's up to you guys. You think that you could make the city before nightfall?
Let's rest before we go in there, and then start our day walking.
That
into
sounds
the
prudent.
Lion's Den.
Yeah, that sounds good. Are we going to Elcott?
Yes.
That's what it sounds like. Yep,
Cool.
in the morning.
I want to see the big golf ball.
I think that's at mile mark under. We read through the tourist guide in the Abyss.
Mhm.
Mile marker 33 was a porno. Was there one that had like a giant golf ball or something like that?
I thought it was a giant ball of yarn, but yes.
It was some tourist attraction.
Yeah, it's on one of the roads too. There, I think it's the northern road. It's on one of the northern roads, I think.
No, I'm talking about this one.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, no one saw that the first time around.
Wait, is it there this time? I'm confused now.
Oh my God, he's
We're not in
making
the
a
city
joke.
yet.
Just
I wouldn't be surprised if I missed details. Everyone's kind of cutting in and out for me.
Gilbert, did you think there actually was a golf ball at Elcott that, out of character, I've never even been to?
No, I mean, like, everyone's been cutting out, so I wouldn't be surprised if I missed under-reveal a piece of information that happened to look like a golf ball and you were making a joke about it being one, and I just missed the context.
No, the joke is that it sounds like Epcot.
Ah, okay.
Well, I feel like I should take this opportunity.
To pray to your gods, yeah.
Yeah.
To
Yeah,
commend
we all
me for
should.
my incredible sense of humor.
Does anyone have any question they might want answered? Because as meta, I can't think of any right. Kind of just.
You could just ask for, like, general advice.
Will Pejima's goals doom Portamore?
I think that's an obvious yes.
Find out next time on For a Few Adventures More.
Okay. Let's get to it. Will Pejima's goals kill the entirety of Portamore? I'm only working on history books here. If I can get some divine information, it'd be real handy.
I think that's also either yes or kill and destroy enough to basically be a yes.
Yeah, that's just it, though. That information wouldn't match up with the textbooks I came across.
Why?
He
What are the
seemed to create
textbooks saying?
Well, he seemed to create tributaries more often than he just eradicated it. That's why I want you to ask your god.
Oh. You think he's just going to...
That's a possibility. I would rather know which we're dealing. A tributary empire we can work with and find other ways to achieve our goals. If his goal is just to kill and raise larger armies of undead, we have one option.
Okay. Is there anything else we can get answered?
Well, while this book has been quite helpful to me, I don't suppose any of you guys would want to know if there's a way to get him back to reverse this. Maybe your guy can do something about it. I know I can't.
Oh,
I
Metatol.
would like. Yeah, speaking with Pejma about that might be prudent, given it was magic associated with him that turned him into.
Wait, it was?
I mean, okay, out of character. Bilmop was fucking with scrolls associated with the goddess, like Shar or something like that, a goddess of death, I think, Forgotten Realms.
Yeah, the scrolls of uncertain provenance.
Right, and he turned into a book. That occurred though using a ritual designed by Pejma. So.
Oh, the Reaper's Mark is the thing that Pejma created?
I don't know if he created it so much as he at least had a solution for it.
What was his solution?
That was that ritual that we had to acquire the book for.
Death is our...
Okay. So you know the ritual that we used that turned, that got rid of the curse off Bilmop, turned Jin into a lich, and then Bilmop into a book?
Death is our final enemy?
Yes. Yeah, that ritual that I kept encouraging us to use.
That book was written by Pejma?
That book was written by Pejma. Also, I could be completely talking out of my ass here, like as a player. But I vaguely recall that Pejma had like, I don't know, it was like a significant other, like a powerful henchman or something like that, who done got cursed by it, and he had to find a way to remove it or something. Like I said, I could be talking out of my ass. This was like really old information. I could be completely misremembering something.
Okay, well, as the player who played Bilmop, I would just like to make an out-of-character decision to do this now.
Yeah, that's fair.
So, Dakota, I don't know what's going to happen, but might not have Billbook to get advantage.
I mean, it'll suck, but, a person's a person.
Okay.
Person's a person, even when that person's also a book.
Mm-hmm. Just like a robot's a person, even if it's a robot.
Yes, just like that.
Except he can't really communicate with me back, and
And he doesn't have rights, and as far as we know, he can't feel anything.
I hope he can't.
Okay.
I mean, I can always stab him, start screaming, then we'll know.
Let's not.
So
Yeah.
okay, I will cast Commune.
Wait, do we have 3 questions?
Yes.
What are the 3 questions?
Is Pejma's goal to create a tributary? Raise.
Doesn't it be a yes or no question?
Technically, it is a yes or no question.
I mean, yeah, but the response of yes. So what? He wants to create a tributary and raise it to the ground?
Okay.
That's a little conflicting.
Okay. Answer yes if.
Start the question with a statement.
If you know the name of the movie you would like to...
Press 3 now.
What if I just ask them um, if Pejima's goal is to create a tributary state. If they say no, then I can ask them later more clarification. But
That works.
At least we know that that's not what he's trying to do.
What about question 2?
That's going to be about Bill Mob.
And question 3?
That's also going to be about Bill Mob.
Okay.
Okay, I will cast
Okay.
and pray my ancestors.
We need to get
and-
married. No, I'm just...
So first question is now. First question.
You heard him. My first question is, who's that thing out there?
Yeah. First.
Sorry, I speak to him.
Okay.
Elkhar, if you're trying to say something, you keep breaking up, and I'm not getting anything from you at all right now.
I
Yeah.
thought that was me.
I see you.
Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, I heard that last bit there.
Okay. Is Pejima's goal to create a tributary state for Port?
Unclear.
Is Bilmop's soul both free and willing to be resurrected?
No.
Wah, wah, wah.
Will casting Dispel Magic on Bilbook
You
Return him to
you
life?
cut out after Will casting Dispel Magic on Bilbook.
Yeah, that was the last thing I heard, too.
Are you there, Meta? Okay, well, we'll wait for him to come back before we answer his questions. What are the rest of y'all doing?
Hello?
Oh, hey, Meta.
Hello?
Hello?
Can you hear us, Meta?
Oh, sorry. Did you answer that last question?
I didn't
We
hear
didn't
the
hear
last
him.
question.
Oh, the third question? Okay. Casting Dispel Magic on Bilbook provide a chance to free his soul?
No.
Could a wish spell return Bilbook to normal?
I didn't hear what the answer was.
The answer was no.
No? Okay.
Could a wish spell return Bill Mop to Bill Mop?
That's not what he asked.
I know, but that's what I'm asking. Yeah, you can't answer that question. Never mind. I mean, that's what I'd be looking for. That's the most powerful spell in the game. So
So it was unclear. No.
And no.
Okay.
All right, yeah, so you guys are. It's the morning. You're on a hill overlooking Elcott. You still see the, forces kind of marching around. The pile of demon bodies is still smoldering. What do you do?
Pray to Bahamut and then begin moving towards the city, I think.
Okay. All right, you guys are walking down the road, I presume, or are you going cross country?
Probably
What I
walking.
missed? Sorry, I had to go for a moment.
Gilbert's marching the party on Elcott.
Important.
Yeah,
That's
you
right.
should roll those.
Marching the party. We've got our siege weapons. We've got our army.
Sure. We've got our giant golf ball.
Yes.
Yep.
The legions
have-
of undead will not be able to stand before the great golf ball of God.
I have fabricate and no shortage of burnt rubble. We will have a golf ball. Golf ball.
I have no idea what's happening.
Hey!
I recognize that city.
Yeah, AGR. So we were gonna go to Elcott, and instead we met in the middle of the night. Pejma's
Envoys.
emissaries. The God Emperor Pejma has returned.
Pejma's back. Back again.
I am both terrified and elated.
He is a Lich King, and yeah.
Well, that's nice.
As a player and as a character, I'm fucking terrified because apparently there's a God Emperor of
And he could order us to do something, and as of right now, as a mercenary company, we do work for the highest bidder. So if he asked us that he would pay us to destroy Fort Mormor,
No, we don't just do work for
Being
the
a
highest
mercenary
bidder.
company doesn't mean we have to accept every
Says you.
contract.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a possibility.
I mean, I don't know. How's the health
It's a
plan? I don't
possibility, but
imagine
I'm
it's
pretty
gonna be
sure you're
good.
going to be alone if you take that contract.
Yeah, how about I put it this way? If Pejma... Gilbert will work for this guy if this guy's ultimatum is like, I will flipping wipe out every city of living people unless you do this.
And then
Still
even
depends.
then, we'll accept the contract, but probably whatever the contract's wording was to not actually.
Yeah, we'll go full devil on that contract.
Yeah.
We'll fulfill it to the
We'll
word, not the
Asmodeus-
spirit. Right, because we as players can definitely out Asmodeus Underdark.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
totally.
definitely.
That's cute.
Fat
Take-
fucking chance.
Take the Stalinist approach. Throw enough people at it, and somebody will have a good idea.
That's what we did when we solved the demon arc. Look at all of our dead party members in the graveyard. We just threw them at the problem to buy us time.
No one's ever really gone.
No one's ever really gone.
Whatever happened with the gnome anyway? Did we find out if that was a thing?
Find out what?
About Belmont.
Dispel magic won't. His soul is trapped, and that's all I ask.
I want to ask if your guy can do something about it.
Oh well,
For next time.
I could, but I would rather not try to make that phone call if I need to do that later.
What's a phone call?
Exactly.
That doesn't answer my question.
So we're entering Elcott, right?
Well, you guys are walking down the road towards Elcott. Now you can see as you get closer and closer, you can see the gatehouse in front of you, the black banner of Falanda fluttering in the breeze. Off in the distance,
Has it been
black banner with the hand and the eye on it. It's the banner of Falanda. Yeah,
Has it been 40 hours or whatever since
Oh, yes,
that
it has
Marvel thing last session?
Yes.
That's the name of the actual empire.
Yes. That is the name of Pejima's empire.
Okay.
Oh, it's spelled with an F?
What,
Damn
did
it,
you
I was
think it was
spelling
a
it with a
P?
PH. Yeah, I
That
was spelling
sounds
it
totally like a
PH in all
Dark
my
Souls
notes.
settlement.
Faland?
It sounds like Dark Souls settlement to me.
Oh yeah,
Falanda
it sounds like
sounds
Londo.
Dark
Yeah.
Soulsy. Yeah.
Falando.
Do we know
It also
if,
sounds like Lalande.
do we know if Pejima has more in common with devils or demons?
He's undead.
He seemed to disagree with the demons, concerning all the corpses.
You know what he's gonna have a lot in common with?
Demons disagree with demons. That doesn't mean much.
I mean, based on the stuff I found on him, he seems probably closer to either neutral evil or lawful evil. I'm thinking maybe lawful evil, so devils.
He's gonna have a lot in common with the Demogorgon after we pants him and wreck his stuff.
Yeah.
No. If we do that, we need to kill him. Like pantsing him is just going to get him to sack the shit that we don't want him sacking.
Yeah, if we're gonna attempt a hit job campaign, we need to make sure that we destroy his phylactery.
We're talking about this out of character, right?
Yes.
No,
We
you guys
don't
were
wanna
talking
be
about this
talking
as you're
about-
walking down the street towards
Yeah, I was
the
about to say that'd be
guardhouse.
very bad.
I think at some level we're safe. I mean, come on now.
So,
do you think Pedro's never heard someone talk about assassinating him?
That's fair.
As
How
you're
many of those
getting
people are still
closer, you
alive?
can start to see that on the wall are posted sentries in that same black breastplate, just with pikes just sitting there, unmoving, statue-like.
He's never heard someone talk about assassinating him twice.
Is there any writing nearby to indicate rules of conduct?
So, as you guys are approaching the gatehouse there, you see one sentry, one sentry to each side of the entrance to the gatehouse. Their pikes crossed in front of them as if to block entrance, though the gate and the wooden doors and the portcullis are open, and you can see the city beyond. And as you get closer, one of them calls out to you in a gravelly voice to halt and state your business here.
We're an envoy from Port Hamor.
Emissary,
An
not envoy.
emissary. They get the point.
Thought you went to college.
I'm also interested in trade.
We would like to establish contact.
I did go to college. It doesn't mean I paid attention.
Diplomatic relationships, guys.
And you have your diplomatic bona fides with you.
I
What?
will.
Is that some kind of food?
I have no
We're not
idea what
official
that
envoys. We
means.
do have these medals, though.
So you show him the
Just
medal?
the word en-
All right. Make a persuasion check. Whoever said they were showing him the medal.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, I think that was Dakota. Dakota, make a persuasion check.
God, fucking.
That is not how you do that. My apologies.
What?
I'm going to take the 8. Let's say we take the 8.
Reliable talent bumps that up to 10.
Okay.
Plus 3. Plus 2.
So a 15. Okay. Yeah, so you hand it to him. He kind of listens like, well, looks good to me. Go on in. And they lift up their pikes, and there's a clear way that you could walk into town.
Before we walk into town, I would like to ask the guard what the best and most official way to request a meeting with the leader of the city.
You may want to use his full and appropriate title.
Maybe representative of him. I don't think he's seeing visitors. Maybe.
What would be the best and most official way to request a meeting with the God Emperor Pejma or one of his assistants?
Well, I would imagine you could just ask the Lord Protector if you could see the Emperor. You are diplomats after all. I'm sure you can just speak to him. I don't see any reason why you would have problems there. He did just send out a diplomatic mission towards Port Hamor. You guys move fast. But yeah, he should be expecting you soon, so I don't see why there'd be any particular problem with it. Go speak to Lord Amaros. There's only one structure still standing inside, so I don't think you'll have trouble finding
Thank you. I guess we walk towards the only structure that's inside.
Yeah. So
while we're doing that, I'm maybe looking for any commerce, which I severely doubt there's
So
any
you
commerce.
walk in, and you see skeletons and zombies all over the place, hauling rubble to and fro. The entire city looks to have been leveled.
Damn. They haven't fared much better than Port Hamar. Damn.
No. You don't understand, Mick. You're looking across the town, all the way to the other side, and there's just small piles of rubble. There are no structures still standing, except on the hill, where Everkeep used to stand, there appears to be a wooden structure, the black flag of Falanda fluttering above it.
Holy shit, so they're actually worse off than Port Hamar, gacho bad? Oof.
Yeah.
So
Like
when
a
we
nuke went
trebucheted the shit out of his castle, and it collapsed, they just built a fucking wooden shack on top?
Yes.
What else can you do?
Oh
One's
man.
really gone.
So, when we go to meet the
Oh, by the way, my roll, the highest was a 10 because it was rolling 20 d10. That was weird.
You goofed.
Oh well. Yeah.
You have to say one.
It was good enough, so I'm not
to
concerned.
do 1d20. That's how you're supposed to do it. Anyway.
When we go to meet the Lord Protector, since Gilbert and I are familiar with him, let us do the talking. And if we meet the Emperor, just try not to say anything that'll piss him off.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'll just be standing in the back.
We should also set up or discuss what we want to bring up in both of these meetings. Lord Protector, I'm going to assume we only wanted to talk to Pejima.
Well, we also want to avoid being too presumptuous.
It sounds like you guys have already met the Lord Protector.
We have.
Yeah, and he beat the living shit out of a nutcase because his honor was insulted. So it, you know.
He
Okay.
didn't have a problem with the rest of us.
Well, he was a dick anyway. Imperial stands by what he says.
Yeah,
Even though he's
And
dead.
by that righteous ass whooping.
and everyone else thinks that Puriel got what he.
I distinctly remember Red trying to de-escalate that. Red
Oh,
didn't find that
everyone
funny.
tried to de-escalate it, but Puriel would not listen to any of us, so he got.
Puriel doesn't know the meaning of the word de-escalation.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that the group's attempted de-escalation involved taking a few steps back and creating a ring with our arms.
Uh-huh.
They did.
De-escalate. We made sure that the Lord Protector won.
Yep.
Okay, so where do you guys go? You're just standing in the road.
I don't know. I just work here.
I think we're going inside the wooden
assuming,
hut.
assuming I don't see the Lord Protector out on the streets, I will head for the wooden shack.
Okay.
While we're on the way there, is there anything that we need to bring up specifically?
Not
With-
that Mata can remember, other than the Silverglades.
Well, yeah, we'll want to talk
I mean,
about
if
the
it's a
Silver
job
Blades.
offer, I'd like to know if they have dental.
I want to know if they have anything for trade. It doesn't look like they have anything for trade here, but maybe they got some underground base or some shit. That'd be nice.
They do have some subterranean structure. I wouldn't call it a base exactly, more of a basement to a castle, but it's fortifiable.
origin,
It
huh?
has.
You say you trebuchet the castle?
There was
Do
a.
you think the basement's standing after that?
We
I
went
mean,
into
we went
the
into the basement
after that.
afterwards.
Hmm.
I don't
I
think
mean, I know
anyone would
this
have
out of
mentioned in character that we trebuchet.
I mean, it was certainly mentioned just now, and
Oh,
the previous
that
thing
was-
we were
that
saying
was-
was stated to have been in character after Under basically ruled it. So
Yeah.
The me talking about trebucheting was, I was surprised at the description Under gave. You know, just that the entire town was leveled,
Yes.
like completely. And
Yes.
that's the part that surprised me, because I thought that the only thing that would have been really leveled, at least before that was said, was the castle that we trebuchet. That would not have been said out loud.
You notice as you're walking through the streets that the buildings are all scorched by fire. In fact, there's like a layer of soot on parts of the road.
Neat.
Burner boys.
Looks like there's a lot of fire elementals that came. Must have been a large.
I don't think
Yep.
fire elementals did this.
does this look familiar to somebody who was already in a demon siege for a substantial period of
I mean, this is one possible result, but you begin to kind of reevaluate when the road starts crinkling like breaking glass under your feet. As you realize that there's like a small circular section where this cobblestone ground here looks to have been turned to glass from something.
That doesn't
Ooh.
seem good.
That's a lot of fire.
The
Would not
demon,
have
fire
wanted to
demons
be here.
fought weren't capable of that, were they?
No, they weren't. This is something much hotter than that. This would have had to have turned the surface of the road molten.
Holy shit.
So
Hmm.
maybe it was fiery, near deity level elemental. But this was not the work of just regular fire elementals.
There was something about a demon prince being sealed.
Elemental Prince.
Yeah, that.
I mean,
Yeah,
I guess whoever opened that portal should probably.
The person
Oh,
who
yeah.
opened the portal is dead.
Super dead.
Fucking
Alright.
demons, I'm sure compounded the issue.
Yeah, so as you guys are walking up the hill towards where the castle used to stand, and it's worth noting that it looks like they cleared this section first. Like there's no actual rubble on the top, just like markings where the foundation used to be. You see in front of this long wooden structure, the black flag on top, a little gnome with goggles, talking rather rapidly with a man in armor with a big sword and glowing beady eyes.
Hey, a boy.
Now that is the man you see discussing something with a tinker gnome.
I will wave
Oh,
to
he
this
looks like a
fine gentleman.
Warforged.
Yeet. Ma-
I will wave
That's
to this fine gentleman and wait
Warforged?
for him to finish his conversation.
Yeah, no.
And as you walk up, you hear, Mister, you there?
Yeah.
Yeah, your character is talking with him. So what is it your character would want in a city like this?
I'm looking for somebody. I'm specifically looking for Gilbert and his band of, so I'm talking to this guy about these mercenaries that are supposed to be coming through here, because I was sent to find them. Because, yeah.
Yeah, and he's just telling you very emphatically that he has not seen hide or hair of mercenaries that you've discussed since some people came through here and died in the basement before the plane of fire attacked. And then he looks up and he says, and then he looks up and he sees Gilbert and Nala and company. And he's like, well, I guess I'm wrong. Because there they are. And he points right at Gilbert.
Ah!
I'll wave to him.
That wave as well.
I also shall
I
also
turn-
salute.
I wave.
Yeah.
The little gnome
I mean, no waves.
comes over and goes, are you the Daedon people?
Yes.
I mean,
Unfortunately.
technical, everybody on the continent is Daedon people. But yes.
The Lord Commander told me y'all were still fighting. I come to fight.
The demons?
I'll fight whatever. Don't care. Started with demons. Then we ran out of them. Now I want to fight something else.
We're here on a diplomatic job right now.
And he just pushes past you when he sees Mick. I mean, sees the robot. He just pushes right past you and runs right up to the robot. That is beautiful. Starts touching on her. What is amazing? How did you get? You've got to let me touch you.
But stop touching me. Hold on. Who are you?
Name's Doc. Come here. Let me look at that. Let me look at those gears. Come here.
That's my spit. Hey.
Fucking gnomes.
Never heard of a personal bubble?
Oh God, it's a Kinder.
Yeah, quit handling
I'd like to
her
roll
like
insight
that.
if this is a Kinder.
Oh, he's a tinker gnome. He's
I'd
got
like to roll
a
murder
little
if it's a
tool
Kinder.
bag. He's got little tools hanging off of him. He's got a funny looking horn on his
Yeah,
back.
if it's
Which empire do you think
Kinder.
wiped out the Kinder? Come on.
Yeah, if he
All
were in
of
fact
them?
a Kinder, I would not want to roll anything except to hit.
Under, I need to know, is he a Kinder? May I roll insight?
No, he's not a Kinder. He's a gnome.
Okay.
He's just a very
Okay.
excitable
Insight
gnome.
check.
Okay.
Like check the DM.
Like he
Well, I
has
have
Kinder
the,
blood in him about 20 generations back?
Well, I have the trait that I have different assumptions from those around me concerning personal space. Blindly invading other space in innocence or acting ignorant when somebody invades mine.
Oh,
Just
God,
like
yeah,
a
Or
dirty
Kinder.
fucking Kinder.
Ugh.
Of course you have.
He's a tinker gnome, man. What he does.
Ugh. So after Robit establishes the space, the respectful space that Robit requires,
He's still just watching you every time you move. Yeah, that's amazing. That's fat. It looks like he's jotting down little notes.
I'm looking at him curiously. I'm gonna twist my head around 360.
Arkal will kneel and look at this gnome and say, "So what's your name?"
He doesn't look right at you. He kind of looks around, you know, he's fidgety, twitchy. Doesn't look right at you. What's up? Are we gonna fight? What is it? What do you want?
We are not fighting anything right now, but I wanted to know what your name.
I'm Doc.
Doc. So are you a healer of some sort? You don't seem to be a healer type.
Well, I mean, that makes sense if I had the name Doc. I mean, if I was the name Hurt, you would understand I would hurt people. But I got the name Doc, so yeah, that's what I do.
Oh God, he sounds like a Kinder.
And you want to fight? How do you fight? What do you?
I make things go boom.
Doesn't sound like a.
I didn't hear all of that, so.
Dakota, your new admirer is a little peculiar.
It seems so. He doesn't seem to be hostile. A bit irritating, but otherwise, seems fine. I checked my shit. Has he taken any of my shit under?
Nope. Didn't take nothing.
No,
I
he
just
didn't.
he just touched your screws and shit. That's all he was.
He
wasn't
poked and he
caring about
prodded.
himself.
He had no concept
Wait,
of
you
personal
touched my
space.
screws?
Yes.
Be descriptive. Where?
All of them.
Shoulder, probably on your shoulder. He started on your arm, working down, looking at the machinations. Yeah, that's what he did. He walked up and grabbed your arm and started looking at it. That's amazing.
Oh god, I don't have the paperwork for sexual harassment forms.
Yeah, I think Robot's gonna try something.
I have the paperwork for sexual harassment. I have a sword now and it's made of
Does
fire.
that hit you?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, Robot's just gonna smack you. Robot's gonna straight the
What was that
fire.
for?
You to establish space. Don't touch me like that, creep.
I didn't do anything. I was just looking at the amazing.
You were touching me
clockwork.
freaking gears. Don't
That's
do that.
what you did.
I didn't do anything. I don't know what you're talking about. You had no reason to hit me.
Ugh.
That's violence. I do not like that.
You attacked him.
I did
actually
not.
Touched inappropriately.
Yeah.
I was just looking at the machinations of his arm. Look at that.
Look, we
Okay,
don't
that's
we
good.
don't we don't
That's
have
really
the
good,
budget.
look.
We don't have the budget for sexual harassment. Okay. That's gonna come out of everybody's cut if we gotta comp someone for that, and if it comes out of everybody's cut, it comes out of my cut,
What?
and if it comes out of my cut, then I'm cutting you in half with this sword.
That does line up with our sexual harassment policy. Sexual harassment is dealt with the sharp end of a blade or the blunt end of a hammer.
Do not touch people if they do not want to be touched.
Unless we're fighting them.
It is considered attacking someone if you touch them. Not want you to touch them.
Yeah, I mean, but if we were hired to like actually kill someone, you can touch them without their permission. But like, you know,
Well, it's
But, like,
considered
no
an
bad touches. Okay, can we just keep it above the belt?
Yeah, that just
Unless
felt.
it's
I
a
was
bar
looking at
fight,
his
then you can kick
at the
below.
Robot's arm.
Yeah.
This is amazing
Hey,
craftsmanship.
you jumped
I
up
was
to me
wanting to
though,
know
and we're
who-
like,
Who done that? Still, it's amazing. He starts.
I mean,
walking
plus he's a
back and
gnome.
forth.
Everything's below the
He
belt for him.
starts He starts walking back towards you. I mean, it's just amazing. Look at it. Got his hands
Robert's
out
gonna be stepping away. It's like,
I would
dude,
just like to pick
get a
the
hint.
gnome up.
Ugh.
I would just like to pick the gnome up like a little 5-year-old child. Like an adult just picks up the 5.
This is racism. You're being objectifying me. Put me down.
Who's
What you got
objectifying
off
who?
about? What?
Put me down. This is not right.
I'm just staring at the knight. What the fuck?
I'm
Who
telling.
is this guy?
Does he belong to you? Like, are we
No,
gonna get in
no, he
trouble?
doesn't.
Where
guy's
did
weird.
he come from?
I came from what's the name of the town? Fuck, I forgot.
He actually said that.
No, no. I
Yeah, and while the gnome goes silent trying to think of his history, the knight kind of looks and says, Nala, Gilbert, my friends, I thought you were dead.
Nope, we just
Yeah,
suffered
well, we got
very
back.
heavy casualties.
We got better. Speaking of which, we fought the Demogorgon.
Really? No shit.
It kind of
Well,
sucked.
We kicked him in the shins and we broke his stuff, and then we
fought
pulled
him.
a tactical retreat.
Turns out that demon siege that you guys were under, it was because there was a port down in the desert across the sea, and we closed that portal by kicking the shit in of the Demogorgon.
The
good
city
work.
of Zinkfar.
That city of gold?
Oh,
What are you talking about?
the cursed city. Okay. Well, yeah, I guess it makes sense. Demon portal, cursed city. Makes sense.
The gold cannot leave there.
Do you have any information about
I would also recommend not dying in there.
Wait, what happens if you
Why
die
is
there?
that?
Well, then you can never leave.
Oh shit! It
Hence,
binds
cursed
your-
city.
Gilbert, how many times did we almost die in there again?
Enough that I feel very concerned.
But you're here now, so it's all good. It's all in the past.
Yeah.
What brings you to Elcott? Because if you haven't
So-
noticed, we're remodeling.
Funny story. So is Port Hamar. Port Hamar fared better than here. There are still buildings standing, but not a lot. So
About half the buildings.
it was a port and a city. Half the buildings is still a lot of buildings that got destroyed. Anyways, we are here to establish diplomatic relations and cutting out all the fancy crap. That's really just saying the same thing in a different ways. We want to make sure everything is okay between Elcott and Port Hamar and hopefully establish a trading relationship.
A
And-
peaceful trade relationship that does not involve the sacking of Fort Hamor.
Diplomatic immunity.
Well, shit. As far as I know, we don't have any plans for sacking Port Hamor yet, so I think you're good there.
Can I insight check his quote yet?
Sure.
Oh, it's not off the
Seemed
board. I
pretty-
mean, he's
seemed
being
pretty
pretty transparent
straightforward.
with that. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you're pretty sure he's sincere in that there are no current plans to stomp all over Port Hamor with the legions of armored and armed undead that they have at their disposal.
Well,
I
that's
was
good to
more
hear.
like wondering, like,
If it's on the
that
table,
it-
it certainly
yeah.
is. It certainly is.
Of course, it's an
Well-
empire.
You're
Well,
in the process of
I wanted-
establishing diplomatic relations. So when you have two powerful nations that don't have relations with each other, no communication, yes, going to war and sacking the other side is on the table.
I just
That
wanted
makes a lot
to
of
make sure that
I
that's
like
what
this
I had
guy.
thought.
Yeah, I mean, I think you'd get along with this guy. He's real cool.
Anyway, did you ever manage to kill Vanifer? We never actually got a chance to find his body. The whole place down there got incinerated and then melted.
Oh,
So
yeah, he's
funny
extremely
thing.
dead.
He had some crazy powerful defensive magic, and no spells we had could touch him.
So we pushed him down a flight of stairs
But
repeatedly.
on accident, actually, Gilbert over here was fighting something. One of those little brain dog things.
I
And
stumbled through a door, knocked him over, and then got lobotomized. Then the turtle bullied him to death.
yeah, we let 3 people jumping down the staircase that he fell down and just kind of pummeled him. It was hilarious.
I have
that
no
must have
idea
been a
what you're
sight.
talking about.
I wish you could have seen it.
Ooh, hold on, I got this. Poof, programmed illusion of the fight.
All right, yeah. He just sits there riveted by watching the fight.
Best use
Some
of
minutes
the 6th level
pass.
spell slot.
Absolutely. Then it ends and he says, "Well, that's interesting. Great way to kill him. You really bullied his ass. But I also can't help noticing that the seal was intact during that. When did the seal fail? Were you down there for that?"
I don't actually know. I don't know what happened with the seal.
I'm not particularly sure either. I was lobotomized, as you saw there.
Yeah, now you're going to need to make a deception check because you know what happened down there.
Hey, didn't we fuck that shit up?
You're not there.
You
I
wouldn't
mean,
know
out of
that.
character. I mean, out of character. I'm just asking.
Yes,
Didn't
we
fuck
all
that shit up?
understand.
Do you
what's
want
going
to
on.
fulfill in the goal by any chance?
I
were your
got
portents?
this.
Okay.
I'm gonna lucky that.
You could have portent to
There we go.
for that.
40. Oh wait, no, it's 37. Yeah, it's 37.
Turns out this guy's got like insane insight.
Plus 27.
Well, shit. Fuck. No one knows what happened down there because you went there. I thought you all died. And then everything went to hell. Well, not hell, the plane of fire. There was a lot of fighting. The town burned down. And kind of gestures around. You can see, I had to pull out the reserves. Then the demons showed up. Let me tell you, those demon fucks.
Absolute cunts.
Well, yes, but also, turns out that the plane of fire also hates demons. And, the demons, let's just say there were a bunch of roasted demons laying around for a while there.
I mean, even demons hate demons.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you, like, how much did it help to have the elemental plane of fire people attacking the demons and the demons attacking the fire? Did you just get to stand back?
No, both sides were attacking us too.
I mean, just look at how much of the city is intact, and I think you'll get your answer.
Now, things really went to hell when the Meledius showed up. Let me tell you that. I didn't think I could take one of those on my. Say again?
Those big fire demon things?
No, I'm talking about the two-headed fucker.
The one with the wolf head and the snake coming out of it?
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
Did we ever
Did you
fight?
kill it?
Meta doesn't remember.
No, I didn't kill it. Our bastard of the wall there, we had fire on one side, demon on the other. We were down to our last battalion of reservists. That is when the Emperor showed up. And he wiped the board with them.
Wow.
And then
Oh, shit,
he restored the legions. And we marched, taking back our town. It was glorious.
Yeah.
Do you know where he was, how he came back, why did he choose at
He just appeared.
He was in the outer realms, he said. And it wasn't until we were at our most desperate here in Elcott that he finally heard our call and returned to us. Pulled our asses out of the fire, as it were.
the outer realms, as in the outer nine hells and the abyss and Elysium, or like the far realms,
realms
place
with
of
mind flayers, beholder. Oh, that's right. We fought a beholder too. Gilbert almost
Speaking of the
didn't
far
mention.
realms, the plane between planes drives a man mad just to observe it. And he was there searching for answers and power. I believe he found some.
Answers, power, or both?
Yes.
Ah.
I would love to.
I love the inclusive ore.
Oh,
Yeah.
another question. Are you familiar with the religious faction known as the Silver?
Well, there's a name I haven't heard in a long, long time. Yeah, they're a bunch of little fucking cultist guys. Well, who did they worship? Fuck, I can't remember. Well, you're here on a diplomatic thing, so you'll probably be meeting Emperor Pejima at some point. You should ask him. His memory's better than mine.
Okay.
I'm sure his memory's better than just about anybody's here.
Oh, certainly. I'm sure he remembers more than the group of us will remember in a lifetime.
Or
Wait, who are
several.
you guys again?
You're funny, Mina. Yeah, you are joking, right?
But anyway, if you want to meet Pejima, he's inside and he points behind us. Feel free to walk in. He is expecting you.
Oh.
Oh, us specifically or somebody?
He kind of looks at you like he is expecting the diplomatic envoy from Port Hamor after we sent an ambassador to them. You got here much quicker than was expected, but that is not a bad thing.
That's because we bet your envoy like 2 days down the road while we were camping.
Funny thing about that, we met your envoy on their path to Port Hamor.
Yeah, we saw a pillar of smoke and Elcott, and we were moving in to investigate, and then they told us of your existence, and yeah.
So you're not the diplomatic envoy from Port Hamor.
We
are now.
The bureaucracy's a little bit in chaos.
Everybody's dead. So we are now.
Yeah,
everyone's not dead, but the town.
We can fix that.
I don't think that would go over too well with the.
Well,
they won't mind. Trust me.
It's more that they've cremated all of the bodies at this point.
Who did? I thought you said they were all dead.
They're not all dead. Only about 56% of the town.
Oh, well,
Sadly,
that's
the
quite a
nobles
bit different
might
from everybody.
survive.
Ah, yes, the nobles. Well, let me tell you something about noblemen. Pejima can go through them like a flaming sword through wet tissue paper. The nobles won't be much use against him.
Nobles
are
are very
talking
useful
like-
in
You
general.
didn't hear this from me, but I can think of
Cheap
several
bastards, too.
cities that could benefit from that.
When we say go through them like what tissue paper, we talking like you failed me for the last time kind of going through the aristocracy?
Why would he bother giving him a chance to fail if he knows they're going to?
Wise words.
This is a very wise God Emperor.
Of course he is. He is the immortal God Emperor Pejima. The wisest of the wise, the smartest of the smart, most powerful being on this world. And he's back.
Gilbert?
All thanks to you guys.
Oh, I'm all warm and fuzzy.
Wait, what did we do that caused him to come back?
Well, if not for the demons, he would never have bothered to return, I think. Not for a long, long time.
Wait, who is responsible for the demons? That fucked up my city?
Oh my God! The cruel
Can I-
irony.
Can I insight check him to see if he's trying to imply subtly that he knows that Gilbert and Nala were part of the party that lit the
He
portal?
isn't being subtle about it.
Okay.
Oh shit!
Do you care to say
Wow.
anything?
No, he's just spilling the beans.
You know, you guys know my entire previous company, like they all died on fire, right?
I'm confused.
So much
Uh,
needless
just to be
suffering.
clear, just to be clear, the Lord Protector has basically, in front of everyone, heavily implied that Nala and I, as the two, longest reigning members, are effectively the ones responsible for why the demons got out.
Yes.
And they're not saying anything contrary to what's being
Well, I mean, yeah, due to being a little slow on the trigger.
Nala's scratching her head trying to make sense of things.
said. I think I'm gonna vomit. Yeah, Robot's gonna vomit oil and just shocked.
I have questions, but you
So do
know,
I.
no, just
You know, when you try tracking a mad demon cultist across a continent, you sometimes lose track of him. And
Sure, happens all
then-
the time.
Sure. Can I?
Let me tell you how many times we lost track of the various cults of Orcus we were fighting way back when. I mean, those little slippery fuckers, were all over the goddamn place.
As I recall, you had sacked one of their fortress monasteries at some point.
Yep. And we did it again too, just for old time's sake. When we came back, we dispatched a unit there and re-sacked it. Apparently, it had been rebuilt.
Oh, very nice.
You want to go resack it again?
I know I decided to keep the 2 skulls of the cult leaders with me just as a reminder. This one's
Alright, you do
Kilvar and this one's Iramane. As I pull
Oh,
out
those
2
people. That's what they
Yeah.
were. I was just kind of wondering, it looked like you guys had history, and I was like, what the hell is going on? We were just fighting.
Yeah, no, they're kind of entirely responsible for everything that happened.
hey, free cultist skulls. That might be it's a nice little diplomatic gift. Maybe you should.
Hmm.
For corn.
That's not a bad idea, Mina.
Is the immortal God Emperor Pedrima a skulls of his enemies kind of guy?
Well, in terms of what exactly, he does like to see his enemies' heads on pikes, if that's what you mean.
We don't have pikes, but we do have the
I
heads
don't know. I
of-
can rattle the skulls around on the end of my sword. They'll make a nice sound.
I mean, it's not a pike, but that would be a nice substitute.
I'm put the skulls back in my skull sack. The special sack, which only contains their skulls and the Mind Flayer skull.
That's a weird bag for you to have.
A lot of
There are
weird shit
lawful
has
good
happened to us. I suppose it's only natural for something,
I don't know, dude. Paladins are religious types. They're weird sometimes.
I prefer to keep the skulls with me as a constant reminder of exactly what it is I'm fighting against. Also,
A
if I
bag of
suspect that they're back, it means that I can use their skulls as a way to get them scryed upon, just in case death didn't stick.
Isn't the countless dead in your hometown and the scars of war and a decent constant reminder of what you're fighting? I mean, it works for
Yeah,
me pretty well. I mean,
It's the visual reminder of what I'm smiting, not just the physical suffering I'm experiencing dying every couple of months.
I mean, I haven't died yet. Well, that I know of, at least. But
Well-
that seems like it would be a pretty good reminder on itself.
I do think that
Gilbert, have you been desensitized to dying
ahead.
yet?
Yes.
That happens.
I do think
Yes.
that offering the skull of the mind flare
That's a different mind flare. This is
That was the
Hugh's
pandemonium
command.
mind
No,
flare?
just give him all the skulls. What if we don't need skulls?
you thought
He's got to have more use for skulls than we do.
Yeah, but these are my skulls.
They're sentiment.
yeah, but this is
You're a terrible
off-
diplomatic envoy.
this is an offering of goodwill.
The skulls of
The skulls of his enemies.
Lord Protector. Do you have any interest in these skulls? Or at the very least,
Nope.
these two? All right.
You sure the
They're
place is
fairly
looking a little drab? Like,
Well, they are remodeling.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll be able to liven it up once we finish remodeling it.
Are you planning on having creatures other than creatures of undeath living in this city?
Yeah,
Of
there's not a
course,
whole lot of
really no point
life
to building
going
houses
by.
for undead. You can house them just about anywhere. No, these are the reserves. We pulled them out of the catacombs when the place was attacked. It's always good, you see, when you're building a city to store underneath it, 500,000 undead or so.
That reminds me. The last time we were here, were all filled with dead. Were they the previous citizens from centuries ago? Were they a more
Yep. Yeah, they were victims, let's say, of our own success. And without Emperor Pejima here to lead them, they acted fairly, I guess would be the proper word for it. But now that the Emperor's here, that's not so much of an issue.
Okay.
you guys make interesting friends. I like this guy.
Yeah.
I know, right? He's such an agreeable person.
So that
Also, he's
armor
got
is
just the
really
right amount
nice.
of zeal.
It's very interesting. The crevices, like in the front plates. I don't think I've seen that often in designs.
I mean, the designs, superficial designs on the armor, are really just a local thing. That little bit of armor missing isn't going to make much of a difference to a sword or an arrow.
It's engraved, is what it is. The armor itself is plate mail, but it's engraved.
Ah. I was wondering if there was like separate plates stacked on each other.
Oh no, just engraving.
Mm-hmm.
Separate plates would compromise the
It's probably like acid
Armor.
etched.
Part of it is.
the
Some of
best
it's
kind of etching.
some of it's actually like I forget the term for it, but engraved with like a knife or something.
Mm,
Indalgo or something like that.
I don't remember.
sounds
Looks
right.
nice.
So should we head on inside? I don't think we're quite what was it? The God Emperor is expecting.
I mean, we are something.
We are something.
We do kind of carry a substantial weight, even if the Lord Commander doesn't quite recognize it.
I mean, he gave us these medals of heroism for lifting the siege.
And we have effectively been acting as impromptu diplomats abroad.
So no, you should head in, meet the Emperor, establish relations. And he will lead you over to the double doors to this longhouse, and he opens it, ushering you inside.
What was this gentleman's name that is escorting us? I forget.
He is
Amaro.
Lord Protector. Well, he is Sir Armoros, Lord Protector of the city of Elcott.
Armoros.
It's my favorite Pokemon.
Yep.
Huh.
Do you guys go in?
I will go with
Yes.
Aye.
All right, you go in. He steps in with you, closing the door behind him, and he just stands there at the door. And you can see that it's a kind of a long hall, and every 3 feet going down the hall, you see a soldier in breastplate with a pike standing at attention. At the end of this 30-foot hall, you see up on a dais a throne. It looks to be beat up and weathered. Not made of any particularly nice material. It looks to be carved out of wood. And you see a man sitting there. Robes the color of blood, and a single silvery crown on his head, like a circlet type crown on his head. And you hear him speaking. It's, we have visitors, I see. Step forward. Let me see you.
I will step
Gilbert
forward.
steps forward.
Sure. I follow along.
Does a deep
Well.
bow.
Welcome to my court at Elcott. Such as it is.
The
I'm-
beginning of great things, I'm sure.
Oh, it is. It is. I've been informed that you are here as a diplomatic envoy from Port Hamor. You arrived much quicker than I expected, which is good. Time is wasting after all, and sooner we can get the formalities of diplomacy out of the way, the sooner we can turn towards our mutual interests.
We had actually met your emissaries on our.
So I was informed that you performed a service for us here at Elcott, and for that you have my thanks.
Alright. Oh, I am Nala. This is Gilbert, and I'll go through all the introductions. Shall we get down to the formalities then?
We shall. I, as Emperor of the Philandon Empire, do welcome you here to Elcott. It is my hope and intention that the Philandon Empire and this Port Hamor can coexist peacefully. That we can trade and work together towards our common interest and assist each other in our common defense.
May I insight check his?
Go ahead.
Good luck.
You can't really get a read from him. It's like his body does what he tells it to and nothing else. He isn't even blinking.
Yeah, okay.
I think we both would be able to benefit greatly from such an alliance.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let us not be hasty. Alliance will come in time, but for now I think peace between us is more important.
All peace with a bit of goodwill could pass for an alliance if your definitions are broad enough.
And an alliance we shall form, especially if there should be a outside force threatening both of us. I see no reason to preclude such a thing, merely that entering into an alliance so hastily is generally ill-advised. I would invite you to establish a embassy here to keep your sin, house yourselves. We have lots of spare land at the moment, so I'm sure we can set you up with a nice one.
You mentioned that do not have or are unaware of any mutual enemy that we would be both benefited from aligning our military engagements with that.
Our old enemy was the Athlorn Republic, a band of demon worshippers who ravaged this land for many generations. I sent scouts in the direction of their capital, and what they reported when they got to Bafford was a great chasm had been opened in the earth straight through the capital, and that the Athlorn Republic has collapsed into nothingness. Ruins are all that exist of them now.
And where was this?
To the north and the west. Past Lake Sletch, following the river.
I bust out the map. I attempt to point to where he's describing for the party.
I believe that great rift in the earth was your doing, testament to your.
As much as I would like to take credit for it, and as great a boost to our prestige as such power would be, I'm afraid that it was not I that did that.
There are some really inaccurate texts then in that library.
Who or what did make that then?
I did not witness it, and I'm afraid I have no reports on it as it happened. I have no reliable information to share. If I had to guess, they worshipped Orcus, a demon lord of the abyss. Undoubtedly, they were working some fell magic that got away from them.
I don't remember who it was. It might have been the vampire spawns, such as they are. But I believe somebody mentioned intervention from Inevitables.
They would certainly have the power to do something like that, though I do not know why they would. Perhaps it is something for you to look into.
If we find anything on the matter, I will be sure to report to you. Or
I do appreciate it, and word of your mercenary nature has reached me, and I assure you we can pay.
I mean, I don't normally charge for information if it's mutually beneficial, but if I won't turn it down if you're offering.
And I am offering.
And now this Athlorn Republic's capital, you said only half of it was just. Would there be any anything left in that capital that you might want collected?
Inside the Bareford Parliamentary Building, they kept a scepter there, a scepter of power. They used it primarily symbolically to represent the power and authority of their government, as they did not have their own, god emperor or other divinely written ruler. It would make a grand trophy, I think, to represent the fact that I am still here and they are not. I would pay you handsomely for it.
Is it a magic artifact or is it just a piece of metal?
You had me at pay us handsomely for it.
That's
As
fair.
far as I know, the only magic on it was that to preserve it. It's just a hunk of brass, as far as I know.
Alright. That sounds like a simple enough task.
That's enough. I think about what I need. Is there anything I can do for you?
We did have some questions about at least what in your time was a small religious cult called the Silverglade, specifically one by the name of Pralik, a lich as far as I can tell.
A lich, you say? Well, I'm aware of the Silverglade, so they were not liches when I last looked in on them. They were a minor dragon cult, housed,
Dragon cult?
Oh, yes. Yes, what was the name of that? Yes, they worshipped Tiamat.
Nani?
What?
My eyes will narrow at this.
I may be an immortal god emperor, but I do not forbid my subjects from worshipping other gods as they want.
We were just looking for your opinion on these subjects. We have reason to believe that they have committed various crimes against the continent as a whole, destabilizing and destroying things. And it is at least my goal, I do not speak for the rest of this group here, but my goal to go through and destroy the cult. I would like to ask you, since they are your subjects, though it seems that they have changed in the years that since you last were here, if going through with that action and destroying the evil cult that they have turned into would cause a rift in our relationship, our personal relationship, not the relationship between both you and Port Homor. This has nothing to do with that.
I do not approve of murder, if that is what you are asking of me. If you believe they are committing crimes, then you should bring that attention to our local authority, which at the moment is down to just the Lord Protector Ameros here for Elcott. If they are outside of Elcott, then officially they are outside of our jurisdiction, and what happens to them there is on their heads. We do not have the resources to bring them in ourselves, but if you bring them here, I can promise you that they would be given fair trial, fair hearing, and their fate would be decided.
Okay, thank you for that information.
Now, as for where they are, that I do not know. The last time I was here, there was a dragon in the mountains to the west of here in the Ester Mountains. A red dragon by the name of Rio Ziadad. He was getting up there in age as when I was here last, and by now he would be positively ancient. But if you wish to find dragon worshippers, I can think of no better place to start.
That would make sense. Fairly certain he shadowed us for some time when we were traveling.
How do you
towards
feel
those
about this
mountains.
dragon?
He has never bothered us, and we've never bothered him. I believe we've established that as long as we acknowledge the mountains as his territory, and that we pay homage to him as we pass through, we've never had any issue with him. And he has seen fit to do the same to us. It has been a rather loose, though positive, relationship.
Okay, so if we have words, we just don't use your name, and it should be fine.
If you were to attempt to tell him that you represent me, I don't believe he would believe you. But I would hold it not against you if you tried, especially if he was threatening you. People lie at the best of times, much less when their lives are in danger.
What would it be proper to pay homage? How do you pay homage to a dragon?
Gold, usually.
See, how much does he know about that cursed gold city you guys were talking about?
Wouldn't surprise me in the least if he knows about it. Though I don't believe him dumb enough to go there, if that's what you're asking.
I tried myself. Gold doesn't leave there.
Indeed. Neither do souls.
On the
So
topic
we've
of
been recently informed.
dragons and souls, I have a question about. During my time on this continent, I've come across 2 arcane spheres that contained dragons. One in a dragon worshipping site north of here, buried in the mountains and underground, containing a silver's dragon soul, and then a green orb, located, as I recall, at this city's lighthouse. What exactly are they?
Well, they are, as you said, they are the souls of dragons, captured and held in stasis. The nature of the magic capturing it would allow is somebody to infuse themselves with the power of dragonkind. As far as I know, only a few of these have ever been successfully made. The green one, which served as our lighthouse, looks like we'll have to go back to a conventional one, from the looks of it, given your absorption of it.
Oh, I did not absorb the green.
That was another person who was
That host currently lies dead due to the demonic invasion.
More's the pity, then. Now, the only other one I know of is a red sphere in the catacombs of the Bastion of the Paya to the west of here, on an island.
Oh. Interesting.
Would that make a suitable replacement for a lighthouse, or was green one specifically made for that?
Really, it was, well, if I'm to be frank, it was us showing off. We had a dragon soul, and we were powerful enough to harness it to use as a light source. Let me tell you, we had very little issue with piracy as a result.
That makes a lot of sense.
As for this red sphere, the Bastion of the Pyre is traditionally where emperors of Philande, before me at least, were coronated. It has not seen use in many, many eons.
So it would not be overly crass to
To what?
myself.
You will have to speak up. I did not hear you.
Myself.
What about yourself?
The absorption of the soul.
No, I care not if you go and take the soul sphere and do with it what you will. But if you do head over there, I do have a request of you.
Of course.
In the altar, on the first floor, there's secreted away a sword. I would like this sword.
This can be arranged.
Is there any way for us to identify make sure we have the right?
Well, there's only one altar in there, on the first floor, and it has the symbol of Falunda on it. I would have you draw the sword from the compartment inside of the altar and bring it back here. You would, of course, be rewarded generously for the service.
Is the sword magical by chance?
Yes, yes it is.
That will make it slightly easier to find. Okay.
Sounds like we're going to be busy.
Yeah, I didn't expect so much work opportunities. Quite lovely.
Rebuilding an empire from the ashes of a fallen one is a long and arduous process. I will seek help wherever I can find it from those willing to be reasonable.
I don't think there was any city that was built in a day, especially without help, especially not something as large as an empire.
I think what we have here is the beginning of a beautiful business relationship.
Oh, you were one word off.
Quite.
I'm not hitting on him.
But I'm afraid affairs of state call, and as such you are dismissed.
Thank you for your time.
Gilbert's going to bow deeply and then proceed out of the room.
Nala will
Alucard,
curtsy.
go ahead.
Alright, you guys walk out into the midday sun.
Oh boy.
The door closes behind you. Amaros has remained inside.
This place is great.
Boy, oh boy.
I was starting to doubt you guys were going to get us any jobs. I was wrong.
I try to do sneak a question before I leave to the Lord Protector and ask if there's any like commerce. I suppose probably not.
He'll just stop and say, "We have no citizens for which you to commence commerce with."
Indeed. Thank you.
If you can get people to come here, then perhaps commerce can be restarted. But the undead do not need money.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's go.
Yeah.
So, are we gonna actually pursue one of these things? Which one are we gonna pursue?
Yeah.
Or should we
Yeah.
report back
All
to
of
Lord
them.
Ottaway?
All of them, yes.
All of the
Let's
fucking
go.
options.
Let's go.
Okay.
Let's
So
leave
just
the
so we
city.
have this down, all of our options. There's the Breast Scepter in the Othlorn Republic capital.
How about we talk about this outside of the city? Let's
Yeah, let's go.
Sure.
Um,
Do we know where it is exactly on the map?
let's go. We can talk about all of this once we're outside of the city.
Yeah, sure. We just talk while we walk.
Might I
That's
suggest that
really
we go
good
towards
advantage.
mile marker 33? It's a nice out of the way location. We can all speak.
I would just like to be out of the city.
the
do
entire
this
city
talk.
was razed to the ground, Gilbert. There is no mile marker 33 anymore.
Let's go.
Yeah, sure. I don't know why.
All right, you guys
This
walk
is
out
a-
of the city. As you do, this legion of undead soldiers starts marching in front of you, like as if they're crossing the road in front of you. And yeah, you see them ranks 10 across, and you start counting. 1, 2, 3, 50 ranks of them march past before leaving the road
Oh
clear.
man.
That's a lot of
That's a
Zam
lot.
boys.
I don't know what I was expecting from the God Emperor, but that was wow. What a graceful and powerful individual.
Suck his dick right now, Chi.
Gilbert.
I mean, he
Wait,
seems
hold
like
on,
a
it's
lot
actually
friendlier
back.
than Lord Adward.
Yeah,
Gilbert.
that's certainly that's exactly what I was getting at.
Gilbert, you're a lot more versed in law than I am.
What? I just got sound back. What about law?
You're more versed in law than I am, right? I'm going to assume so. You know some laws. I just don't care in the
Sure,
first
yeah.
place.
Yeah, I know laws.
Did we just commit treason on accident, saying we're diplomats dealing with an emperor and never having any of the sanctioned officially by Odwick?
It's a gray
I
area.
think
I mean,
he
that's not
already knew what
treason.
we were.
And we were trying to act in the interest of Port Hamar.
This is one of those things where, effectively speaking, we are the face of Port Hamor. We have traveled farther than any of the scouting parties have, to my knowledge, and we have interacted with far more of the peoples of this continent. Additionally,
We've also fucked a lot of shit up, though.
Port Hamor also rather owes its existence to us.
Well, we did
Well-
try to destroy it, though.
No, we didn't.
What?
What do you?
We very specifically.
Excuse me?
Okay,
never
I
acted-
lived there.
We left the demons loose.
We did not do that.
yeah, we
That-
didn't. No.
Yeah, I would like an explanation.
Yeah, hold on. One thing at a time. Diplomatically speaking, we should probably allow the details to be managed by the Lord Commander and any nobles he may send.
Very useful
That-
place to put them.
That being said, establishing a good rapport with the God Emperor Pejima is probably a good idea. That way, in the event something does go wrong, diplomatically speaking, there is a group with Port Hamor's best interest in mind that can step in.
Really? Which group is that?
Definitely not us.
I meant us.
You're funny.
So, should we go back to Port
No.
Hamar and report what we heard, saw, and
Don't we have
Those-
things we could do for money?
I mean, money. Sure, I'm more interested in
I'm more interested in
loot.
traveling new places, but I'm
Money and
just,
loot.
just to propose the,
Mina would just
maybe
like
the
to.
obligation.
Mina would just like to rattle her sword, just so everybody can hear how it loosely clanks around, with the hilt just barely hanging on.
Do you want me
I
to
would
fix
really
that?
love some loot.
I can fix that for you.
I
in
can
like
fix
10
it too, but it keeps happening.
Yeah,
Do you need a new
I
sword?
think we need to go places and make money and establish a good working relationship.
That
Yeah,
sounds
you
like
need
an
a new
awesome
sword.
idea.
So how about we write down all of the different
Already done.
Which one's closer? We should do that one.
Okay, we want the closest thing? The
Like
closest
1,
thing involves
2,
hopping over a little
3.
bit of water to the Bastion of the Pyre.
1, 2, 3, 4. How many different options do we have?
Ones that we've
hold
just
on.
received or options that we have overall?
Overall.
Here's the recent stuff. There you go. I can post that in D&D chat, I guess.
What the fuck is that?
What Spectre posted?
Well, what do you think the
That
Pejima looked like? No, I'm just kidding.
No, that's a great red dragon.
What do
Is that what that reaction on her face is? She's seeing the great red dragon.
Jesus.
Go back to the port and do boring shit. Oh, come on. I have to verify I'm not a robot.
I am a robot. I didn't click it. It wouldn't let me
This is
pass
racist.
fucking races.
So
Captcha is racist.
So we have a little bit more information about the Silverglades as well. Meta does not remember everything that was said, though.
they're a Tiamat cult from back when Pejima was here before.
I don't know if your information having to do with them and undead and or lichdom was it accurate, so I posted that little note at the end. Just I don't know.
If we want to talk the options we have there and the most direct routes, the shortest distances would involve going for the sword, then the dragon, then the scepter.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, works for me.
That works for me.
I also would like to.
You'd like to not what? You cut out.
I would not like to fully commit at this moment that we're going to go and get the sword and just blindly return it.
Well, I mean, we get the
don't know.
sword, we
I
run
mean,
a
we are
background
gonna
check on it.
identify it. Yeah.
Yeah, we get the
Yeah.
sword, we run a background check on it, we legend lore it if we have that, then we keep going north. Just deliver
No-
all the quest items to him at once that we've checked to make sure they're legit.
We can't legend lore because I don't have any. I don't have enough ivory, and I don't have enough.
I can search
Okay, that's
for
fine.
ivory while we travel.
Yeah, those sound like easily rectifiable hurdles compared to certain other things we face.
You still have teeth in your head, don't you?
Actually, that's a good point. How much ivory can we get from teeth and regenerate?
Oh,
That seems like a terrible idea.
That
And
sounds
who's willing to
like
have
it'll
their
take a
teeth
long ass
punched
time.
out multiple times?
You say willing, but what if we just find somebody who is also evil? Like, can you just do that to a? I mean, I guess you can't mend a skull. We just kill a lot of things.
I don't think skulls count as ivory.
I mean, you got teeth in them.
Human ivory.
I don't think that's a good solution.
You
I
do
think
know
it's a
teeth and
terrible
ivory
idea.
are different things, right?
Yeah.
I don't think Mina would know that.
Yeah, ivory is like closer to hair, isn't it? Because it's not a.
It's a similar
like
protein,
bone.
yeah.
It's keratin, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a tusk.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which
Well,
is very different.
we are going to an island. Maybe there are some creatures with tusks.
Ah, yes.
I'm just saying,
like
we
the,
can't assume that we have access to legend.
Why don't we just assume we don't give a shit and go?
Meta. The assumption that we don't have legend lore is a fairly unimportant assumption, given that it's just a spell, components thing. We'll be able to find a way to get it. It's not that critical. We can just acquire the sword and take it with us. We can legend lore it at literally any point after that.
Okay.
It
Out of
really isn't.
character, do you really think that getting a red dragon soul is going to be something that Bahamut is okay with?
I also did think that the
it
more
is a-
souls you absorb, the compounding negative effects would result from such a thing.
Like,
Yeah,
remember,
There's
personally,
something
I'm
else we can
guys,
do with it.
totally fine with that effect. Seriously.
but remember when you had a metallic wormling and it wouldn't even let the person with the green dragon soul ride?
Meta, let me stop you right there. I know what I want to do. I've already considered all the facts involved.
Okay. I just don't want you to lose access to divine help.
I'm sure Gilbert.
I don't even know if I'm going to attune to it yet. It is simply the soul of a potentially powerful chromatic dragon that on its own requires my attention.
Yeah, I just don't want you to.
We could always bring it back to Port Hamor and put it in a lighthouse.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, that'd be a bad idea.
I know that I personally, that is like the thing that I care about, getting
We
to
need
this
to
dragon.
find like a really powerful magic user to put the soul into a sword, and then we can have a cool, or put it in a something else cool. Put it in something super lame. So it has to be a sentient dragon soul in something super lame. That could be a good gag.
Some old rusted ass copper coin.
Yeah, there you go.
Actually, no, that would still be too shiny for it. Rusted iron.
Yeah, and we just toss it in a wishing well or toss it in the bottom of a lake, and it'll just be sentient down there. See, there's plans. There's things you can do with that. Let's go, do something.
Okay.
Is harassing the spirits of evil entities considered torture? Oh, well, that's a question for later.
I mean, I'm not a fan of torture as a general point of fact, but there's like a certain amount of evil where I'm a little numb to it. Like, it's not like we're gonna hang out. We're gonna leave it somewhere.
Mina, do you need hugs? I can help with hugs if, like.
I think I met my hug quota, but thank you.
Okay.
Going to the shore then? For the sword?
I have a question. What happened to Nagashi?
Oh, he retired. He left.
So
he
we
was
don't have
called from the snail phone. We do not have a boat. That is correct. That might be a bit
he went to the
problematic.
shore and he fucked off.
Well, I mean, it was nice of him to. Who was that?
Nagashi, he's kind of out there. He was part of the old crew that Gilbert and I had.
Oh, was he responsible for killing everyone too?
Yeah, we noticed he was. And also, please explain.
Explain.
What are we explaining now?
How the fuck you have been blamed for the entire demon invasion?
Honestly, I don't know.
We
And
haven't.
it seems you've accepted that blame.
It's these guys' fault, and I pull out the skulls. They are the ones that summon the demons. They are the ones at fault.
So why were you blamed, and why did you accept?
We were not blamed. We
They were
simply
credited.
failed to stop them in time.
Seemed like the Death Knight was pretty adamant that it was.
And you would be reading into it incorrectly.
Well, no use crying over spilt milk. As long as I get paid.
I suppose I'd never be freed if the demon siege never happened in the first place. God knows what they would have done to me after they found what they were looking for in a Warforged.
I don't know. You might want to worry about what your new friend is gonna do. He hasn't stopped staring at you this whole time, I don't think.
I've been trying to ignore him. He's looking at me, isn't he? I look at the note.
Yeah, he's staring right at you,
I don't think he looked
Dude.
away.
rubbing his little chin.
I'm not sure I've seen him blink.
Guys, I'm feeling
He has-
very uncomfortable by this, and it's weird.
If you need him set on fire, don't tell him. But I've got a fire sword.
Hey, you, no, Doc, right?
Yes, Doc.
Don't.
What do you need?
Just don't touch me. Please stop looking at me like that. It's making me uncomfortable.
You're a machine. What do you mean it's making you uncomfortable?
So
Robots just like confounded by the blatant racism.
that's
And,
right.
and I'm just kind of blankly staring at him like, really?
So, Doc, let me put it this way. Gilbert is a person who wears metal, and he is very scary. Dakota is a person who is metal and is even more scary. And you are making Dakota not happy, which you want to avoid with scary people.
I don't mean to make her upset. I just find her fascinating.
You're creeping me out. I have a feeling like while I'm like sleeping in the middle of the night, you're gonna be like trying to poke at me and like.
You're a robot. You don't sleep.
You're technically right, but I do enter an inactive state. Still,
I can fix that.
I don't need you modifying me in any way, shape, or form.
Very well.
Very good, I suppose.
All right, now that that's settled, onward to dangerous stuff and money.
To money, and secrets, and magic.
You had me at money.
Do we have an idea of how we're gonna cross the sea?
No
I
fucking-
can. There's no trees. Shit.
Yeah, there's no trees.
Stone won't float. Dirt and sand won't stick
You
together.
know, don't they? What are those things they use to cross the water? They make them. They usually make them out of wood.
Oh,
You know, you use some like paddles on them. Why don't we get one of
rowboat.
those?
Canoes?
I mean, whatever. I'm not picky.
Oh, that reminds me. I have to talk to Hardwick. Oh, fuck. I have to talk to Hardwick.
Are we gonna have to go back to Port Hamar to get the shit that we
Don't you
need?
go back there. You can talk to him from here.
We're gonna have to go back to port to get a boat because there's no trees here, and as if they even have a boat in port.
You can go back in town and see if they have a boat.
It's gonna take a few days at best to get it here.
No, I mean you go back in the city and see if they have a boat.
Remind me before we rest again to actually set up mooring kind.
We need a boat. Let's get a boat.
I mean, they got a lot of rubble. They might have some junk in there.
I'm going to cast sending to Oddwick. So Oddwick, You're not allowed to be mad at me. That sounds worse than it did in my head.
It's still in your head.
We met with Pejima and had a good first impression. Call it diplomacy. Please don't kill me. It cuts off at please don't.
Are you telling me that you met with Pejima and told him you were diplomats?
Yeah, that's true.
If so, at least you didn't get him to declare war. But you should not do that.
Sending again. I cannot make that promise, but he seemed to like us and offered us some work. We hope to build a beneficial relationship, and he didn't declare war.
Let me get this straight. You met with him in an official context, and then you accepted work from him for this foreign power.
Say it was part of the peace deal.
Guys, I don't think Adwick is happy with us.
Who cares? He's not more powerful than Pejima.
No,
Truth. Facts.
no shit, he's not gonna be happy with you.
Sending again. I'm building a positive relationship and hopefully working towards an alliance. We are careful not to act against Port Hamor's interests. And are trying to help.
His whole response is just gonna be fuck.
Your response you hear is just a thunking sound of what sounds like a head repeatedly hitting a desk.
Poor man.
Oh, he's so pissed and frustrated. He does not have words.
Sending again. Things are going well on that front. And does the city happen to have any boats we could borrow?
Oh my god, Jack.
Yeah, baby, that's how you do it.
No. No, we do not. And if we did, I'm going to go sink them.
I make the best deals.
We don't call ourselves Dayton Goof for nothing.
So, other than signaling our subservience to Elcott, is there anything else of note from your meeting?
Sending again.
Did you tell them they have a lot of zombies?
It was clear we were working in as mercenaries when we took the information. He did not give us orders to pursue the work. Shit. What
He
else
has
was there?
lots of skeletons.
He has a army of undead. And that's the end of the sending. I'm going through a lot of these.
Of course, they were nicely put suggestions. How big is this army?
Oh, did you mention that he said like 50,000? Or how much was it underneath in the catacombs that were reserves?
500,000.
You can mention that number, but that was only hearsay.
Yeah, exactly. It's not an unknown thing for militaries to completely horseshit you on their numbers. Like during the Civil War, you
say
had
they
generals
boasted.
like, yeah,
Tell them they
2,000
boasted.
cannons.
Yeah, tell them they boasted 500,000, and then how many we actually saw.
Sending to him. They said 500,000 in the city before the demon invasion. We saw several hundred.
No, we saw like 10 or 20 regiments of 500.
Is there like a
few
can we
dozen.
get a ballpark on how many we think we saw?
Because he said one regiment was 500, and we saw like 10 to 20.
It's
of
not
those.
like we were keeping close count, but
Yeah.
like
Robert was scanning
big
to see if any commerce was going on. I might have gotten an indirect body
Yeah,
count through that.
you saw about a dozen of those, cohorts, marching around. Each cohort looked about the same size, and you got a good count of the one that marched in front of you when you left. About 500 per.
So,
600?
between 5,000 and 10.
We saw 5-ish, maybe 10-ish thousand around the city.
Port Hamor, at its peak, had 5,000 people living in it. What you're saying is that the army they have deployed now eclipsed the number of actual population we had at our peak. If that is true, then you did good in ensuring peace.
Guys, I think Odwick is slightly less pissed at me right now.
Of course
did
he
a
is.
good
Odwin's a
thing?
logical man.
It just gives Nala some thumbs up, and then almost falls over because she's leaning on her sword when she does it.
One more sending. Several centuries ago, Pejima ruled the empire that spanned most of the continent. he likely has more contacts outside of his undead army in the city. And that's the end of the sending.
Burn all the spells.
As long as he's not looking towards us to conquer, then we can play at being friends with the undead emperor. But if he tries to take us by force, we will resist to the last man.
Okay.
So, Nala, was that a no on the boats?
That was before he was less pissed at me. He said they don't have any boats, and if they did, he was going to sink them so that we
So
couldn't
another
have them.
sending. So about that boat.
Sending again. So do we have any boats in the city at all? Even a small one?
There is a leaky rowboat that can fit 2 people and will float for about 5 minutes. You're welcome to it if you want it, but that's all we got.
Who wants a kayak with a hole in the bottom?
I mean, do you
Can't you
not
fix it?
think it
Fuck no.
would it not be easier for us to make a boat?
See, if I knew how to do carpentry, I could.
How much do you need to know to make a raft?
Wasn't there a bunch of like shipwreck material
Wait, how
at
far away is this
that
place?
cave?
If there's an
a good
island
idea.
with some structure on it, doesn't it make sense that there's some infrastructure somewhere so they can get to it? So if we just go around like the shore around like opposite this island, we should probably find something.
You can look for pearls
Actually,
too.
How
The city
far?
has 4 docks.
Had
I
4 docks.
already mentioned we could go back into Undeadville over here and ask for a boat.
How far is the island from the shore? Do we know?
I think it's either one.
Someone has a
One or
map, I
two.
believe.
Is it within line of sight?
Yes. You can see the island from the shore to the south of Elcott.
So I
You've
could
seen it
teleport us
before.
there. If it's within line of sight, that's pretty easy to teleport
Yeah,
to.
it's only like 30 miles offshore.
I will be using my most powerful spell for that, but I can do it, and I will have combat spells at the end of that.
That seems fine. You may want to like sleep off all the ridiculous amount of like
Text messaging.
yeah.
Yeah, before we
Before
do
you
any
get an overage.
teleportation, I would just like to, like while you guys figure out whether you want to teleport or sleep, I would like to do just a couple of rituals.
I mean, I will still be about as combat effective as normal if I don't sleep. All of the magic that I use for sending was of degrees that I have almost exclusively for utility, not for combat purposes. The only problem would be if we ran into spellcasters.
Okay, well, Alcar is just gonna sit down and start ritual cast. That's gonna take 10 minutes. So, if you guys want to do something in that 10 minutes, go ahead.
I'll pull out and start playing my didgeridoo.
Oh my fucking god, this guy's a didger. Oh god. Why is he following?
So, Mina has both a flute and a shawm. She will just hold them both out and just see which one people want her to play.
Which one looks more fancy?
The flute is a flute. The shawm is like it's a fancy horn.
Well, let's go. Robin motions to the fancy horn.
Hey.
I do have a violin that is made of dragon bones.
Fuck yeah.
I'm going to take that out and use it.
Neat.
Alcar, in the middle of starting his thing, will get up and walk as far enough away as he needs to, still within line of sight, because the entire place is just flat ground, I guess. So that he
It's marshes
can
is
actually
what it
hear
is.
himself.
Wait, don't we listen to the nice music going on? I think Robin has to half yell to say that.
Oh, there is one more thing. I forgot to tell Hardwick. Pejman did say that if things went well, he would offer us an embassy.
Sure, waste another spell slot. That sounds like a good idea. Honestly, from what you're saying, I think that's a good idea. Good idea.
I'm going to use my last 4th level slot.
I really want to know how all this background noise affects the sending spell, I'll be honest.
And usually it's telepathic.
Yeah, but I would imagine if the distraction is significant, you might just barely have it on.
I'll tell him that Pejma did
We should all road
offer
inform.
an embassy in Elcott if the relationship between the city and Hamor goes well. That will be the end of the sending.
Does that mean there's going to be a zombie embassy in Port Hamor with zombies?
Maybe.
Probably.
That's the case.
What's his name? Armaros did say that he wanted some living people for Elcott to have an industry.
Zombies in training.
Yeah, diplomacy might be part of that training.
Oh yeah, just straight up give them an economic advantage, right?
I mean, they kind of already have it with all the manpower they have.
They have a military force larger than Port Hamor has ever had population. They have an economy if they need it, they just don't need it.
Okay, you just get back at Kurt. Thank you for letting me know.
I think he's slightly less happy with me.
What time is it?
You guys left Elcott at midday.
Okay, so he's probably just like eating his lunch, and he just keeps getting interrupted.
I would, out of character, while Alcar's ritual casting and everyone's doing their thing, out of character, I would like to ask: we did not take any exhaustion while in the city, correct?
You did not. In fact, the oppressive humidity and heat that was there the last time you visited was not present.
I wonder if that humidity and heat was partly in the suppression of that demon prince or elemental plane, whatever bullshit.
Probably till we broke it open.
When we opened the portal, did it get hotter?
Yes.
Much, much hotter.
So yeah, probably.
Yeah.
But it was also a flat barrier. Like, it was walk 1 foot in, you're in it, walk 1 foot out, you're out of it. It wasn't like a continual gradient. It was like a dome over the city. So I don't think it was related to
I mean,
the for the fire.
you've been part of a fireball spell, right? Magic is weird, dude.
So
Like,
what are we going for? The sword, and we're gonna teleport there tomorrow? Today?
I'm combat effective, less so against a enemy spellcaster, but still slightly effective against spellcasters. If we want to go today, I can teleport us there. We can do what we need to, and then the next day I can teleport us back.
That sounds good to me. You're the one with the spell slots, though, so I'll leave it to you.
I'm fine with going now. It'll save us some time.
Well, after
Onward!
thing.
That is also assuming there's no field of
Trouble.
magic that's preventing teleportation.
Oh, that would be problematic.
It would
That
be.
Especially if it dumped us 30 miles out to sea with
We got the druid. We got Basil.
Mm.
You're that Basil. You're the druid.
I am the druid.
He is the druid. He is the thank fuck he's here, because we would drown if it was not for him.
Yeah, speaking of drowning, where's that place you're trying to go to?
30 miles out to sea. We can see it from
the
shore balcony.
Oh, well, we can just walk there.
That would take a long time. 30 miles, I think.
How long does water?
It's like 8 hours, isn't it? Or no?
It's about a full day's force march.
Yeah,
Oh,
30
no.
miles is a lot.
I
A
mean,
regular walking speed is about 24 miles a day, I think. And then
Yes.
fast would be
Yeah.
about
Oof, it's
30.
1 hour. Oof.
Oh, yeah, it's
Yeah,
only 1 hour.
you'd be
right.
recasting that many, many times, and yeah, there's some additional issues there. Also, it would be that if we assume calm waters the whole time,
Mm-hmm.
right? Because if you have not calm waters, then I think we have difficult terrain.
It's a good thing I don't need to breathe.
Yeah, it's a good thing I'm not going out there.
More
Mina,
money for me.
you and I can fly on the Griffin.
Yeah, there's an idea.
Hey, water breathing lasts 24 hours.
It does.
Something you don't have to worry about.
Oh, fucking finally, I just got past this really hard wave fight in Halo.
I mean,
So
are we
what
all
do you guys
heavy
do?
enough to just walk across if we had water breathing on us?
I'm still ritual casting, so
Probably cold.
I don't mind.
I can't really contribute to this conversation because my
I
character.
don't like water.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Forgot already.
How could I?
We got the Griffin.
So put water breathing on us before we leave as a plan B. Then water walking on the people who are walking across. And since Mina and Forrest do not like the water, they can take the Griffin.
Beautiful.
Yeet.
So, now teleport?
If we have 2 rituals that will get us the same distance in 1 day that teleportation would, I don't mind taking the extra time.
Before we go, actually, how long would it take for us to get to shore at this rate? Nightfall?
Yes.
Here, let me actually pull up my character sheet.
Basil, would you be willing to cast Dark Vision on me?
For what purpose?
I'm not gonna lie. I want to look for pearls while people are asleep.
In the
Okay, if-
marsh?
Oof. Never mind.
I mean, you guys
I
are
was thinking
basically
of a
trekking
shore.
through a bog to get to the shore.
Shit. I was thinking of a standard beach, all pretty and such, with the occasional seashell.
No, this is more like it's called the shore because that's where the bog ends and it's just water. Otherwise, it's water plus bog. The city was built in a bog.
I see.
Hey, Under, here's a question. When we flew on the owls that one time, in terms of total distance, how far did you say we?
That total distance, I don't remember. I'd have to sit down and calculate it out again.
What was it, like 2 tiles? A tile?
Yeah, it was something like you had a range of like, I want to say 20 something miles.
Okay.
Because it would be about 1.5 times whatever the radius is if we just did a quarter. If we just went out west and then went around the south. I mean the arc, and then plus that 3.5 times the radius to do a triangle, but with the triangle being an arc. About 3. I mean, more like 3.56.
Because the other thing I can do is I can just summon the owls and then we'll all fly there. The question is how many spell slots am I going to have?
Use all the spell slots.
Yeah, let me look it up.
I feel like you need a level 4 spell slot.
Oh no, we're talking like level 5 and up.
Oof. We got that many people.
Yes. I have to upcast it to get enough creatures to carry all.
We do have the griffin, so you can drop that by 2.
Yep.
I'm little, so you don't have to count me as much. I can
Yeah, right
ride
now
on
the
top
party
of
is
a
11 people present.
Okay, 11 people, and that's minus
Yeah.
2 from the griffin.
Minus
Let me see here.
3 from the griffin if we count the gnome as being in the griffin's claws.
Okay.
Because I don't think that would cause it to feel encumbered. It's a small creature.
Nope. One person can ride the griffin can carry one other. Not really capable of long distance flight with 2 people in its claws. Not if you don't want to risk of it dropping someone.
Claw sounds super uncomfortable anyway. I do
Wait,
happen to have a climbing harness.
Why would you care?
I know. I was about to suggest. I do have a climbing harness. I wouldn't mind.
Here's a solution. Someone flies over with the griffin, takes a handful of soil from where they want to teleport to, flies back, use the handful of soil as the point of reference for the teleportation.
I mean,
I can cast fly on 2 people.
it's in line of
only lasts
sight.
10 minutes.
That would work as
The
well.
only problem is the moderate risk of horrible death. Just wait, let the griffin fly out there on his own to collect you in case of an emergency, and then just take the plunge with the teleport.
There's also another option, which is that I can cast Wind Walk. I don't have it prepared right now, but there's...
We could go collect rubble from the city and spend the next 6 months making a bridge out of rubble.
Or we could just use Basil's Wind Walk. It is the most efficient.
They have enough.
And the least risky.
That sounds good to me.
Okay.
Wind walk.
When are we planning on doing this? Like tomorrow?
I
Sounds
suppose
like
so.
it.
So you guys are going
Alright,
to
then, yeah,
camp in
we'll
the
do that.
bog?
I mean, we could always go stay in the undead city. It's right there.
Well, we're gonna go in the mansion,
They're
right?
lovely people.
They are actually.
Somebody has.
Actually, you know what's great about Windwalk? I can cast it on myself and up to 10 willing creatures, which is exactly the size of the.
Yes, Windwalk is a very nice spell.
Yeah,
It has
300
it
feet.
has some weird issues that make it inconvenient, but for this, it is beautiful.
Would 8 hours be enough for us to make that journey?
I'm sure. That's 5 times faster than the owls, at least.
Yeah.
That's 10 times faster than normal walking speed.
Okay, then we'll just do that tomorrow.
So if we can walk it in a day, assuming it's flat, then I would assume we can fly it at 10 times faster.
Alright, yeah, then let's do that, and we'll go to sleep now.
Woo.
Yeah, we don't even have to travel over there. We could just camp right here, right?
Yeah.
That leaves me a lot of time to do shit.
I mean,
It
it's
leaves me a
basically
lot
the
of time to
evening
do
by the time
nothing.
you guys get to the shore, so not really.
Yeah.
Okay, then let's go to sleep.
All right.
So we go
I'm
to the
still
mansion, right? There's a mansion happening.
Yeah, the
I'm still
lieutenant.
What are you confused?
Yep.
All right. So the mansion, they got booze, right?
Yeah.
Food and drink for up to 100 people.
That's good because Mina's gonna food and drink for a while. What other amenities you got in this place?
Well, there's a swimming pool in the next small exercise yard.
Nala will be more than happy to drink Mina under the table.
I'm sure she's capable of it. Mina's only got a 12 con.
Hey, can I get in on this?
Nala will drink anybody under the table.
Oh, is that a challenge?
Wait,
oh, wait.
what?
Yeah.
Mina does not care. Mina will just drink until she's under the table, regardless.
You happen to have a study hall, Lieutenant, or a quiet observatory?
There is a small library available.
Yes.
With just really reference titles, basic encyclopedias.
That's fine.
It's literally a
I'll pick up
library, and it's just like
Finn.
20 different editions of Funkin' Wagnall.
Oh wait, I should actually be transparent.
How to pick up
You're
Faramade.
hosting. Where would you like me to do my alchemy? Probably not in a library.
What's it gonna hurt?
I mean, I know what I'm doing. I've got things under control, but you're the
Can
host.
you even do anything to hurt the place? I don't think you can.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can't.
I mean, maybe it's possible to set the interior on fire, and then we will have to leave, and it will have to be recast, which would actually be pretty shitty. But,
I'm a character. I can't fail my checks.
Also, I was ritual casting a spell while you guys were discussing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and your ritual goes off. What
Great.
spell did you cast?
Commune.
Okay.
Since I did it, do again today, and
So, what are your questions?
would dispel evil and good provide a chance to free Belmop's soul if cast upon Bilbook?
No.
Using the... Okay.
You have 2 more questions.
Ask him how much would a woodchuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood.
Yes.
Thank you. Ask if Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. Where's the pickled peppers Peter Piper picked?
I don't know. Is Meta still here?
He
I
was
think
keying up.
Meta's internet just died on him or something.
I see him keying up, so I assume he's having an issue.
Meta
And
machine
then,
broke.
mid-prayer to his gods, Alcar suffered a horrendous heart attack.
And died.
Yeah. And he
With the
wakes up.
party standing around, no one
He wakes
bothered.
up, and his
Magic.
deity's there, and he's in the afterlife. And he's like, "So, what were your other questions?"
There's no limit to 3, and there's no limit on yes or no.
Hey, there he is. Is he alive?
So you
Hello?
were in the middle of a
There you go.
question, then you kind of lost connection. So I brought you here.
So,
Oh,
Meta,
fine.
can you hear me?
Hello?
Hello.
Yes.
Yes. Can you hear
Okay.
me?
I assume you didn't hear my second.
I did not hear your second question, correct.
Okay. Was the God Emperor Pejima being truthful in his discussions of what he would like to do with Port Hamor?
Unclear.
Not even the gods know what he wants.
Perhaps because he's also a god.
Ask if we should smite him.
Now, I'm going to say this out of character. Maybe you want to ask your god if they could do something about Belmont. I myself benefit from Belmont's current state, but might want to bring that up.
And what is your third question?
I have not received a question.
Huh? I mean, you cast a spell, you get 3 questions. What's your third question?
Should I just move on to the third, or is
He didn't
Yes.
hear you.
End of
to
questions.
say something? I did not hear any.
Under's answer was
Under-
unclear to the second
Oh.
question.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Okay. Would calling for divine intervention free Bilmop's soul from wherever he is trapped and bring him back to life?
Yes.
Huzzah.
I didn't.
Yes, he
Yes.
said yes.
Do I have?
Can
Yes, you do.
hear me?
This is Discord. No one
You're
can
having
hear
a
you.
hard time.
Yeah,
I
Meta's just having
Hear
fucking
everyone but
That is so weird. Have you put his volume to 0?
no. I just
Meta, I've had the problem that you're having now. Are you on mobile or are you on a laptop?
I'm on mobile right now. I'm switching over to my computer.
Okay. Yeah.
that.
When that happens with mobile, the best thing to do is disconnect from the chat, close down the app, disconnect from Wi-Fi, wait 10 seconds, reconnect to Wi-Fi, open the app, rejoin chat. It usually fixes the problem.
I've
Did
never
you
had
guys hear something?
Mobile is kind of a dick.
Man, the mobile app is super broken, and I hate it. I only use it when I have to.
Yeah.
Same. All right. Well, he got his answers. So you guys camp in a
I'm sure he's
mansion.
very happy fellow.
The night is uneventful.
I do
Okay.
make poison thingies.
Sure.
Comm check.
I hear you.
We can
You
hear
hear
you.
me.
I can hear Under now.
Very
Can you hear
good.
the rest of us?
The answers
I
to
can
your
hear
3
everything.
questions were no, unclear, yes.
So, important question. Does Mina know how to play beer pong, or does Nala have to teach her?
Mina has spent a lot of time in taverns.
So, Meta, I'm not sure if you want to, but maybe start popping those divine interventions for you.
Yeah, I hadn't been doing it because I didn't know if we were gonna get into a situation where it was a Hail Mary. I didn't know how our conversation with the Emperor would go, but now that we're out here, I can.
Do it.
So our plan is to go do all 3 things and then come back, or do the island, come back to Elcott, do the dragons, come back to Elcott, and then do the Othloran capital, and then come back.
Whatever is most convenient. If on the way to the dragons we come across Elcott again, we'll probably go back there and be like, hey, look, we got this thing. We're on our way to do more things.
Okay, because it would make me feel much more comfortable if we did not go back to Elcott between our 3 things, the way that Gilbert described it first. Just going from the island to the mountains to Florin, or whatever the name of the capital is, and then after all of that, then coming.
Sure, I mean, it's not like we got a place to really spend a lot of money anyway.
Okay. I will use my divine intervention while I'm still on the material plane with build. So before we go into the mansion.
Okay.
And I will ask, I will pray for the intervention of the court to free Bilmop's soul and bring him back to life.
Okay.
I hope you informed Robert of this. It would suck to have a gnome in my backpack.
Yeah, no, I'm doing this on the book. I'm doing
Alright,
I'm
cool.
doing the intervention holding the book.
Yeah.
Also, you just hear in your backpack.
Why am I being stuffed in a backpack?
Anyway, go ahead and make your roll, Meta.
Oh my
Hey.
fucking god!
First go. Is it the first go?
That's the first time I've tried to revive Vilmop with divine intervention.
And it works. The book begins to glow and smoke.
Hot fucking shit.
And then it bursts into flames.
Oh, damn.
A purple flame.
Pimpin'.
And, it's sitting there on the bog, and all of a sudden there's a big whoosh, big column of purple fire. All the way up to the sky. And then it cuts off. There is no book. And curled up on the ground is a naked Bilmop.
I don't
I picked
have anything but a lab coat, but I'll put a lab coat over
Okay.
him.
You notice, Dakota, as you put a lab coat over him, that his skin seems a little different, a little odd. Almost like his skin
make
is
him-
made of parchment.
Huh?
Heaven's the door.
Can I make a medicine check or?
Sure.
Yeah, can I
What
do
the hell?
that as well?
Mina is
You
going
can help.
to drink a lot more if
Okay.
she was there.
Yeah,
for
me
that.
too.
She's going
Me
to
too. I want
leave.
to help. I want to help. And no one wants to help. I got
That's not the correct
Revivify.
thing.
The fuck are
Okay.
you rolling, man?
It's 1d20.
Yes, because Bangbot is very particular about these things. 26.
Okay. So, yeah, it looks like he was a book for so long that even though he's been reverted to being a gnome, he retains some bookish traits. One of which is that his skin is apparently made out of paper.
Would I have any inkling as a player on what that means mechanically?
Mechanically, it means he is vulnerable to fire damage.
Oh, fucking hell.
That sounds about right. I was about to say, this dude is, oof.
No,
He's gonna
my
get
suffering.
I remove curse on him?
You don't know that it's a curse. It's just an inherent trait that he may have now. You
Yeah,
don't know.
I have a sneaking suspicion that whatever effect this is a wish or more powerful magic type effect.
Yeah.
Does he have a pulse?
Yes, he has a pulse. He is breathing.
Is he awake or is still unconscious?
He appears to be sleeping.
I want to pick him up and give him a massive fucking hug.
I think being a book.
That's going to wake him up.
Yes.
Okay, so before I am able to describe Bilmop, can you answer the question that I asked you like a couple weeks ago about what happens when Bilmop comes?
Mm-hmm.
Because I never got an answer to that question.
What question was that? I don't remember it.
I'll copy and paste it.
You want to bring Bilbot back?
I was
Back?
asking him what would happen.
Well,
Well,
if you
Bilmop was
retain
killed
the
by
physical,
Gilbert.
if you retain the physical properties of the book, perhaps his mind also retained the magical properties of the book.
Oh yeah. He's at the same level as everyone else.
Okay, and
This boy has learned a lot of shit while being a
the
book.
suspended, could he listen? Like all of that?
He had no conscious memory of his time as a book.
So it was
From his
do the ritual, flash, and now he's here.
Sort of. He has a vague sense that time has passed, and a vague sense at the edge of his mind that at one point he knew a lot more. That there was some knowledge he had, some greater part of this world that he had access to that he doesn't anymore. What that manifests as is once a week he can cast legend lore for free, just as an ability.
Sick.
Shit.
That's pretty good.
Okay.
I suppose I should get rid of Bilbook from my spell list.
Yeah, Bilbook's
magic
gone. The
items.
book is gone. There's no book. Nor are there scrolls of
keep
uncertain
Bilbok in
providence.
your
The magic item is consumed by this.
Okay. And the spell list, I assume, has not been updated, even though he's later.
I mean, he's level 14, I think, is what the party's at. So you can bring that character sheet up to level 14 and do whatever it is you do with that.
Okay.
You know, you guys are going into a long rest, so at the end of the day, you would have a long rest to choose new spells, so you're not stuck with whatever happened to be prepared on him when he did the ritual. Though all his equipment's gone. So if he had any equipment on him that you never recovered before he turned into a book, that is gone.
I actually took off all of my equipment except for just
a pair of underpants?
cloth. Yeah.
Okay.
Except for like.
Well, then that's all you lost was a pair of underpants.
Great.
It was a really good pair too.
This is the lucky rocket ship ones.
Yep.
That beat all I ever seen. They turned a book into a gnome. Ain't that some shit?
Oh, yeah, it's a long
Unfortunately,
story.
This presents another problem, though.
Do I crush his spine with the hug?
Mina does not know if she's had too much to drink or not nearly enough, and she definitely
not
just
nearly
finds
enough.
somewhere quiet to curl up and drink until she is no longer awake.
I'm gonna
Okay.
do that thing where you tip up the bottom of the bottle
Yeah.
so that they're drinking more.
Um. Yeah, I'm gonna need a moment.
Okay.
Yeah, take your time.
Yeah. Also,
So-
you need to pick which one you want to keep playing as.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, even
I did not
logistically
expect
speaking,
that to
I can.
happen.
Yeah, but
I say bring
logistically
back
speaking, I
Bilmo.
can only take 11 people, so you have to pick one character.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna need a moment.
That's all good. Billmop's spine's being crushed anyways.
Does his spine say Bill Mop on it?
Does he
Oh,
get
God.
tattoo down his back, Bill Book, you know?
No, it just has the texture and appearance of like thin parchment paper.
He
Almost
has a
vellum.
pulse.
Yes, he has a pulse.
Could
I am
we
so
write
curious.
spells on him and use him as a spell book?
Is he his own spell book?
Does he have organs?
The
Are they
animated spell
paper
book.
too? He's got a heartbeat. He's got to have.
It's the animated spell book.
God damn.
Oh my god, he's an animated spell
Guys,
book.
guys, okay, perfect plan. When he's asleep, let's scribe a spell scroll onto him, okay? And then when we use the scroll,
I mean,
you know.
is he
Billmop is
asleep, given
consumed.
that I'm crushing him in a bear hug?
So I didn't take any damage when it happened.
That's right.
So
you did
I'm
not take any damage.
I'm still at full HP technically.
Yes. They're just hugging you, so it's not like you're dying or anything.
Yeah.
And you have like normal organs, normal skeletal structure. It's just your skin's kind of fucked up.
Yeah, it's just my
Does
skin
it make crinkly sounds?
Yes.
Can we use him to write a glyph for boarding?
I prepared explosive runes this morning.
I mean, there's worse booby traps.
Okay.
They booby trapped
uh,
the gnome.
Well, one, this is going to take a long time for the spell list to re-render, but I'm not even doing that.
I'm probably gonna bail. So, I mean, if you need a session to figure, like,
You know,
need some time to
this would be a good place to stop if you guys want to call it here. Let us sort his stuff out. It's a bit of a short session, but you know, it's a good place.
It'll work.
It was eventful.
That's for sure.
Yeah. Which one would be? I don't know. Wow.
I am so glad I brought that up.
I don't know. I like both characters. Honestly, I'd like Alcar to stick around long enough for the relevant plot
Here's what
stuff.
I was thinking.
But I like Billmop overall.
See, here's what I was thinking though. Like when I put it in the Excel spreadsheet and mathed it out, it would get to about 90% chance on like run 15. So I was thinking that like